shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, pushing past all the bullshit and getting right to the root of what the problem really is. The reasons for the misunderstandings, the emergency landings on the plane headed for home. It's where the heart was living till it was without feeling and started revealing itself to everyone else by just packing up, moving out, saying it can do without a belly, able and stable, running up at the mouth. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. And I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memories. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. Everything in front of me now. Now if you would've waited 1 second, you wouldn't feel so second to second. I put you first, made the situation worse. Cause you wanna take advantage, take control of the things that I manage to keep under control. Happiness, family, all of my music, my music, my music, my music, yeah. You had it all and chose to abuse it, abuse it, abuse it, abuse it. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. Oh, I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memories. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. Everything. What's wrong with me? You wanna know what's wrong with me? I could ask you the exact same thing. What's wrong with me? You wanna know what's wrong with me? I could ask you the exact same thing. I got my opinion and you have yours. You don't have to like mine, cause I don't like yours. I got my opinion and you have yours. You don't have to like mine, cause I don't like what's wrong with you. I wanna know what's wrong with you and why this doesn't make sense to you. What's wrong with you? I wanna know what's wrong with you and why this doesn't make sense to you. To you, to you, to you, to you. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today: on the eve of the approval for the Bitcoin ETFs, the SEC has a blunder. What in the world happened, are you saying? Let's go over to Bitcoin here real quick and take a look at what happened yesterday. So I'm on a 1 minute interval, just pulled out kind of far back because here we are over here right now. And here's what happened last night. Bitcoin was just kind of trading along right here, right around 46.7K a coin. There was an announcement that went out from the SEC Twitter file, or Twitter X. Sorry. There was an X tweet that went out. I don't know what you call it now. There's an X that went out. So, saying that they had granted approval for the Bitcoin ETF. And apparently, we're finding out now the SEC's putting out some information suggesting that they've done a little bit of an investigation as to how this happened. And we'll cover that here in just a second. But you can see that the price went up from right around 46.7K a coin to as high as almost 48. It almost had a top of 48K a coin before falling on the news that it was not actually real and that it was a compromised X tweet that went out that shouldn't have, and went down to as low as 44.7K a coin. It's now at 45.3K, almost 45.4K a coin. So a little bit lower than where it was trading at yesterday. This morning, a news article came out here from CoinDesk saying fake Bitcoin ETF approval tweet causes 90 million in liquidations. That's not a whole lot. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, 90 million is kind of a drop in the bucket. But those tweets caused Bitcoin prices to immediately spike to 47.6K coin from the 46.8 level. It then fell to as low as 45.4 as the tweets were found to be fake. Price volatility following a series of fake tweets from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. SEC's X account caused nearly 90 million worth of Bitcoin long and short positions to be liquidated, showcasing manipulation risks associated with the industry. Hackers caught hold of the SEC's X account on Tuesday, using it to post a nod for the much-awaited Bitcoin exchange-traded fund approval decision. It later posted BTC before both tweets were promptly deleted. And then we've got a little bit of an SEC investigation going on here. And then them already posting out new stuff. If you just go to X, sorry, I keep calling it Twitter. I can't stop myself, guys. It's just going to always be Twitter for me. If you go to Twitter and you just type in SEC and then look up top related posts, Edward Burchick, we know who that guy is. He says, wait for the SEC. Wait. So the SEC didn't even bother to follow their own security guidelines. He reposted something that the SEC had posted before. This is a reminder: secure your financial accounts as well as protect against identity theft and fraud. Remember to use strong pass phrases or passwords. Set up multi-factor authentication. How many times have I told you guys? Make sure you got that set up. Obviously, somebody at the SEC is not listening to my advice. Keep account alerts turned on. Then you got down here the tweet that they just posted out. Let's see, when did they post this? Yesterday, last night around 9:30 p.m. Now, that's kind of late for them to be working. It says, we can confirm that the account at sec.gov was compromised, and we have completed a preliminary investigation. Based on our investigation, the compromise was not due to any breach of X's systems, but rather due to an unidentified individual obtaining control over the phone number associated with at SEC.gov account through a third party. We can also confirm that the account did not have two-factor authentication enabled at the time the account was compromised. We encourage all users to enable this extra layer of security. More information and tips on how to keep your account secure can be found in our help center. And you can just scroll through and see, hey, there's Donkey Kong. The secret ingredient is crime. I have crime for you today. Oh, yes. Crime it is. Let's see. You can just scroll through here. You can see all the stuff that people are saying. I don't know. You guys, maybe you'll see your name pop up through here as I scroll through this. Some people caught and captured the original. I hadn't seen this one yet. They got a Cheeto for the locking mechanism here for the door. that's just priceless. Y'all are funny, man. Who posted that? Milk Road. I don't know who Milk Road. I'm probably not even following Milk Road. I'm not following Milk Road. That's funny though. I'm scrolling just long enough to see if I can see how long it'll take me to find the original post, because some people had captured it. Some people had captured pictures. I may not find it. We've had enough news, I guess, out now that there's too many things going out here in order for me to be able to find this. But yeah, a lot of people just talking about secure passwords. I was hoping it would show up in the top list here. Somebody showing the original tweet, basically stating that it was approved. But anyways, big blunder, huge blunder there on the SEC's part, or was it a blunder? How convenient! How convenient! Excellent. How convenient that their account did not have two-factor authentication set up on it, or any of the protective setups that they should be having for their account. Anyways, good stuff. Good times. I hope. I mean, I doubt this. I doubt the SEC is going to be changing their decision, but I hope you guys see that the amount of manipulation that's going to probably be occurring due to these ETF approvals is pretty strong. Your Jedi tricks did not work with me. Try ETF on Bitcoin. Yeah, that's. I gotta get censored content in here. He, if he's awake this morning, he'd be playing some of his Star Wars sound clips. AMC, how's it affected AMC? By the way, the timestamps on that, we've got the beginning of that move when it was first announced was around 16:12. I believe that's Eastern Standard Time. Let me just make sure though. 7:20. Yeah, that's Eastern Standard Time. The correction on it occurred. I guess I would probably assume that it started to occur at 16:16. So basically 4 minutes. After 4 minutes, the correction was set in, and then it drove beyond the correction amount by as late as 16:26. So 10 minutes after the correction went in, it finally stopped dropping, and then slowly started to recover itself. Not even back to where it was trading at prior to the news, but seeing a little bit of a downtrend since then, though. Yeah. Interesting stuff going on here. It is 6:24. It's time to take a look at the numbers. I do not have my glasses on, so let me get them on here. SEC compromised, Pro Jeweler says, and then he redacted it. All right, he's afraid he's gonna have somebody showing up on his. He's afraid the ATF is gonna show up on the door. FBI, CIA, ATF, they're all going to show up at his door. He's like, no, I should probably take that out there. Not compromise. I was kidding. It was a fleeting statement. Gary just had gotten off of Pornhub Live, Petro says. Yeah. Corey Jones says first day using two-factor authentication may have been a blessing in disguise. Billy says stop, Casey, you're going to hurt your voice. Probably. Who cares? It doesn't matter. I've hurt my voice just doing this live streaming for as long as I do every day. Let's see. Tendi says Petro, he basically said he was the OG of the civil rights movement when he spoke in Charleston on Monday. That's because Petro said what did he say? Biden will come out and say he was there when the tweet came out. We're not calling them tweets anymore now. What are we supposed to be calling these things? Are they X's? Maybe we should call them O's. Hey, on X you put out your O's. X's and O's, get it? I'll be here all morning. I'm still cleaning off my glasses here, guys. They require additional cleaning today. Tendi says there'll always be tweets. I mean, will they? Or is that just what you want? I feel like it's something new now. I mean, it's kind of he who has the gold makes the rules, and since Elon did buy out Twitter, I guess he really is the one that gets to decide what the name's going to be. Let's see here. Manjit, good morning. Yeah, Pilly says, I know instead of retweets, it's just a repost now. Yeah, I saw that too. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen here, and we will take a look, do a dive into the numbers and see what we got going on for the day today. Price prediction tally points. I had the low end of the stick yesterday with a 517 prediction, and we closed at 504. I was not within 10 cents, but I still had somebody that was really close to my price prediction, so wouldn't have mattered one way or the other. So nobody gets any bonus points for yesterday. Obviously, just 4 apes trying to figure out what price is going to be. Let me add in points here for everybody. All right, short exempt volume yesterday. We had pretty low volume, so I expect this number to be kind of low. Yep, and it's just under 100K, 98.8 thousand. So we're going to have to change the number, the color. 98.8 thousand does not meet the 100K requirement, which means we're going to need to see 3 days in a row over 100K before I can turn this back green again. Utilization is down today. It is down to 27.68%. And day-over-day price was down 4.73%. Max Pain, I wouldn't expect anything to have changed on Max Pain based off of what we've been seeing for volume on options. But let me refresh this and see if it has changed. 550 is the number I would expect it to stay at. It is still 550. Off exchange, usually between off exchange and EGX on a normal day, it should be around like 64% combined. We had 56.29% going through off exchange, EGX at 7.52. The combined total 63.81. Or damn near spot on where it should be. It was just a little bit less by 0.19%, or 0.19% less than what I would expect normally. CHX volume is 2,577 shares, nothing unusually large going on there.
And GME CHX volume for the day was 449. Nothing unusually large there either. Let's see here. Give me just a second. Institutional ownership. Let's give that a quick refresh and see where it's at. Yesterday it was showing up at 41.216 million. Looks like it's still the same. And last but not least on this page, options. Let's see where the highest amount of short interest is for the options. Screen's abnormally bigger. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Highest amount of call volume in open interest right now is at a $5.50 strike. That's where it was yesterday. There was 17.9 thousand contracts in open interest there yesterday. It's now 20.6 thousand contracts. There is a runner-up right now at $6. Highest amount of put volume right now is still at a $5 strike. With the highest amount of open interest, although it's a very close runner-up at 4.5. But at 5, there's 11.4 thousand contracts. So we had a lot of closing of $5 put positions yesterday. There was 18.8 thousand contracts yesterday. Today there's only 11.4. So a lot of that volume that we saw yesterday wasn't new positions that were being created. It was closing of put positions without price being underneath a $5. Now that's totally possible. Like they could have been in the money. I mean, the actual strike could have been out of the money, but the actual amount on the contracts could have been profitable if their theta wasn't eaten up or whatever. But we saw a lot of volume yesterday at a $5 strike, and apparently it was for closing of positions. So market's still suggesting a closing price between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the week, based off of this open interest volume that I'm seeing. And taking you guys over the other page, we'll take a look at Ortex here and see what the heck is going on here with Ortex. Let's give it a refresh here. I do expect the amount of shares on loan to drop a little bit here since that utilization did drop. We'll see if that's the case. Maybe not. Are the numbers updated? Wait a minute. They got to be updated. Here's our utilization dropping from 29.11% to 27.68%. Here is the, see, the numbers haven't updated yet. Okay, so we don't have the numbers yet for today, but I would imagine that the on-loan amount is going to dip a little bit more here with that utilization driving down. So we'll take a look at the numbers in a little bit and see if they've updated yet, but so far, no updates on this. I'll have to come back to it. Let me just try one more time and refreshing. Yeah, no updates. We'll come back. MMRI. We ended out the day yesterday with MMRI at 255.9. Looks like I got 9.5 written down here. This morning it is 254.24, so a little bit of a drop. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield yesterday was a spread of 0.343% difference. We have the 2-year yield right now at 4.341 and the 10-year yield at 3.996. That's a spread of 0.345, which is just a smidgen larger of a spread than it was yesterday, from 343 to 345. Smidgen. Oops. Oh man, I done screwed up now. Boom, boom, boom. Where's my other one? There we go. VIX futures. I'm showing VIX should be looking at for like a 13.38, which is on the futures a little bit higher than where it's at right now. It is showing the VIX futures as being down 0.18, which should mean the market should be up. And sure enough, most of them are up. We do have the Dow Jones down 0.002. Some markets are as high as 0.17. A little bit of a mix. Orders by Fidelity customers at the end of the day yesterday in settled positions. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for to be on this list, and neither of which made the list yesterday at all. As I scroll through this, you're welcome to see for yourself how many of these were buy versus sell heavy. The SPY was definitely being bought yesterday by retail. Nvidia was being sold. SSR trigger price for the day today is at 4.54. Shares available to borrow is sitting at 500,000 shares right now. So last night there was some more additional shares borrowed, about 200,000, and those were returned within a couple hours. And then some additional shares were borrowed. They borrowed another 100,000, so that's 300,000 shares borrowed overnight. And then this morning, 1.9. So we're looking at a total of 2.2 million shares in total, having been borrowed since market closed yesterday. It was 3.2 million 2 days in a row. Now we're at 2.2 million. We'd have to see another million shares borrowed at some point today for us to get back to the numbers that we had before. Fees are at 0.5%. Currently, there's 75.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 4.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 24.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 15.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. Oops, I'm not looking at that this morning. Of the Magnificent Seven this morning in the pre-market, only one is not traded yet, and only one of the six that have traded so far is down, and it's only marginally 0.09. Big bank movers pre-market or financial institutions. We have anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. That's usually abnormal to see that much. We do have Coinbase down 3.08% in the pre-market this morning. None of the other financial institutions have more than 2.5% or more to read out here. Silver is down this morning 0.12. Had a little bit of a drop down yesterday, followed by a reversal and trending back up. If I move out to a 30-minute interval on this, you can see that it's really just consolidating for the most part on a longer time scale. So it's playing this. It's playing the oscillating price movement, but currently on a downtrend. Gold is up 0.17. We'll do the same thing for this one and take it out a little bit and see that for the most part here, we're getting just a little bit of consolidation. There may be a little bit of a trend, there's obviously a downtrend that's going on here. Current consolidation has not been broken yet, and I would suggest that you'd need to see something probably along the lines of this level of resistance being broken in order to see gold moving up to higher prices. If I were to look for the bottom side of this, you might suggest that there might actually be a potential bearish triangle forming here. Sort of like that. If that's the case, breakout could potentially be in this time range here, somewhere between 112 and 114. That does kind of jive a little bit with the 111 DXY breakout that I had suggested that we might see, which we'll take a look at here in just a second. It's only 2 tickers away from where I'm at right now. I'm going to go ahead and leave this drawing up here. This does look like a it's holding its trend. Give me 1 second here. I want to just dial this in just a tad. I think that's good. I'm going to move the box just a smidgen. There we go. Maybe just a smidgen more. $113 to $115 now is what I'm seeing as a potential breakout. It could be earlier. Another thing, yeah, no, this is good. This should be a breakout going down on gold. Ethereum Classic is currently down. Actually, let me go back here real quick. There we go. The current trend right now on gold is kind of consolidation. Ethereum Classic is down 0.29 and is trending down currently. US dollar is down 0.14. It is trading. It finally broke down below the 102.46, which has been a very strong level of support and resistance from the past. Currently acting as a level of resistance, and the US dollar is trading just below that level. And perhaps maybe a little bit of consolidation right now. SPY is up in the pre-market. In pre-market open this morning, we can see that there was a jump up, almost even a gapping up of the SPY up to as high as 474.93 before falling. Again, yesterday's total volume, I kind of want to take a look at this real quick here. The total volume yesterday was declining even with a green candle here. Let me see, what was the closing? Previous closing of yesterday's trading was 474.60. Yesterday's closing was 473.88. So even though it's showing up as a green candle, it's because of the type of candles that I have here. It was really a red day. So you have falling volume and falling price. That's typically bullish, but seeing price move up at this point without seeing an increase in volume would not be very bullish. It would be actually very bearish. So, you know, if we were to see a continuation in price movement upwards, that would not necessarily necessitate a bullish move. I do feel like I think this is a little bit of a triangle that I had created here for potential breakout. And if I were going to put a box on this is a very steep, aggressive incline on this. But if I were to draw a box on where I would think that this might break out at, I would probably put it like in this range here, which would put us somewhere like middle of the month, 116 to 122 there or thereabouts. I'm suspecting that there's going to be a breakdown to retest this lower level of support, and then followed by one last attempt to try and drive up, which will probably be a little bit, maybe close to where it got up to here, maybe around like 473-ish range. After it drops down to, let's just suggest somewhere around like 469, maybe 469 back up to 473, and then the final breakout perhaps. That's just kind of suggestive. Tesla in the pre-market this morning. Oops, wait, hold on a second. Got to go back. Got to put it back on the 1 minute interval. Current trend for SPY is consolidation. Tesla is up in the pre-market 0.25. It did actually gap up quite a bit this morning at pre-market open and has trended down ever since. Amazon has not returned back to pre-market or aftermarket hour trading levels just yet. In fact, it's not even down probably half of it. 234 to 236, so 235. Actually, it's just a little bit above halfway down from where it was closing in after hours last night. Amazon is up 0.26. Same thing with this one gapping up and trending down ever since. Cinemark has not yet traded yet this morning. Doge is down 1.87 and falling. Bitcoin is down 2.14 and falling. GME is up in the pre-market 0.33 and is on a very small trend upwards. Almost kind of looks like consolidation currently. HYMC has not yet traded in the pre-market yesterday. It was up 7.6% yesterday. Nice move. NCMI has not yet traded this morning as well. It does appear to show a little bit of aftermarket volatility in the downwards direction. Hood is up, or down rather, 0.9 in the pre-market this morning and is trending down. AMC is up 0.4 and is consolidating a little bit higher than where it was at. It looks like we closed around 501 in the aftermarkets last night or thereabouts. It was like 502 maybe. And currently trading at 506, which is 2 cents higher than where we closed the day yesterday. In total, yesterday we saw about $1.2 million worth of outflow, more money outflowing than inflowing on AMC. So far this morning, we've got about 3,000 shares having been traded so far. It's pretty low volume. Yesterday, our total volume yesterday, my prediction was 5 to 25 million, but I said there was a chance that we might see very close to similar volume than what we had the previous day. We ended up being about 2 million shares shy of what we did from the previous day's volume. So we were at 12.4 million, 12.5. We did get that late afternoon push in volume, but it never was enough to get us back into alignment with where we were at on the day before, on Monday's trading volume. So as of this morning, this is pretty low volume at 3,000 shares traded so far, but we got to wait for our pokey stick here in about 12 minutes. To see what volume is going to look like for the day today. I would imagine, based off of this number so far, that we'll probably be seeing pretty light volume today. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 26.5, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. Actually, it's hard to say. That might actually be more... It's hard to say. We'll just call it even amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 35.7, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator within the last hour to hour and a half, and more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.1, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.53, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto on a 1-hour. What I wanted to see have happen, ideally, would have been a close yesterday somewhere around like 539. Would have been amazing. That way, when we opened up this morning, we would have been above the cloud and we would have gotten additional buying pressure. Of course, the market doesn't want to see that apparently because they perhaps want to close as many $5 put positions as possible. So we're getting an open this morning that looks like it's going to be really close to that $5 mark. You can almost bet your bottom dollar that we're going to be dropping below 5, at least briefly, for some of those positions to be able to close out before the end of this week. And as those do close out, that should be a bullish momentum driving, bouncing the price back up again here. It just really depends on how much buying pressure there is into that some of the price movement. So if it's, I guess what I'm trying to say is that if there's enough, if it's cheap enough to be able to drop the price more to the 450 range to be able to close out 450 puts, then they'll drive the price down that direction. But if there's too much buying pressure and they can't do that, and it becomes cost ineffective, then we won't see that happen. Lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. And in order for us to break the cloud for the day today, we're going to have to see a price of at least $5.40. That would drive the conversion above the base. The lagging line would be above the price line, and then that would show up as a buy signal. Yesterday it was 565, so it's a little bit lower. 540 is the magic number today on the 1 hour chart. Oh man, this pin is ready to go. On a 4 hour chart, lagging line is below price line. We're going to see, obviously, prices coming down on the news of the dilution last time, and that's going to make it much easier for the price to be able to cross over in the later portion of the day today. If we were to drive up in price above anywhere above 568 or higher, would cause likely this lagging line to drive up above price line. That would not be enough to cause the conversion to cross the base. In fact, we would probably need to see price going almost all the way up to the bottom side of the cloud before that would occur, which means that we probably would not see a buy signal today unless price were to cross the cloud. In the ending portion of the day today, that's going to be around $6.20. So the beginning portion of the day today, it's going to be about $6.40. So I'm going to go ahead and put $6.20 down because I'm looking for end of the day numbers. And obviously tomorrow, and over the next couple days of trading, that's going to get lower and lower and lower. It starts to align with the 1 hour chart. That 560 value that I gave you guys is getting really close to alignment with, let's see, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday's trading, but I believe we're off on Monday, so it would be really like Tuesday's trading. So yeah, the 15th, I think. 12, 13, 14. No, it should be the 16th. Let me just make sure something real quick here. Pretty sure I'm right on this one. Yeah, we're off the 15th. There is no... It's Martin Luther King Jr. Day on the 15th, so we don't trade on the 15th. It would actually be the 16th. This data would just... Instead, it says 15th down on the bottom down here, but it's actually the 16th. It's just improperly being reported by Weeble as a trading day. All right. With that, we'll head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Let's see. And oh, guys, guess what? My plants, the plants that I started to grow in my planting pot, 2 of them has started to sprout through. I didn't notice those 2 had sprouted through the cups that are little, whatever they're called, sponges that are holding the seeds, and they started to sprout through. And they because of where I've got the light set up on it, it started to singe a little bit of the top. So I'm already killing my plants. I'm already killing them. So it starts singeing the top of the little nice new little leaves. I'll take a picture a little bit later to show you guys once the light comes on. My plants are sleeping. Shh. But yeah, some of them have broken through already, and I'll take a picture of that later so we can see the progress on that. I was waiting to get a new picture until I saw some growth. Ross says, Casey, what do you think happened to the short interest pre-split? Is it still hidden within the new AMC, so the short interest is actually old short interest plus new short interest? If so, what percentage would that be? Surely if they had covered, we'd know. Let me reread this real quick here just to make sure I answer this correctly. What do you think happened to the short interest pre-split? Let's take a look at it real quick. Sometimes it's easier for me to just pull it up and look. So what you're going to notice here, and this is going to be the exchange reported short interest. The exchange reported short interest rose pretty dramatically after the reverse split and conversion. So we were sitting, and remember, these numbers are all adjusted based off of these numbers are adjusted based off of a value of a reduction by 10, right? So as we're looking at these numbers, whatever the number is we gotta multiply it by 10 to get an idea of what, or add a zero onto it to know that the amount of short interest that's there changed by that factor that we reverse split by. So in other words, we were at about 170 million shares because it's showing 17.11 now for August 15th. The next reported date came in August 31st, which is after the reverse split and conversion, which happened on the 24th, if I remember correctly. Should be this day right here. 23. It should have been these days here. 23, 24. 24th should have been the day because I think that was the Monday, August 24th. So what did we end up seeing happening to the short interest? It massively drove up from 17 million all the way up to 23 million, which is 232 million showing up here. So we're looking at if you were to, it went up by half the amount that was already there. 17, half that would be about 8. Not quite half. Little less than almost half of what it was before. So basically, if you had this value here, this is almost like a little bit more than 2/3 of the total amount after the reverse split and conversion. So what happened to it? Any short interest that there would have been on Ape was added into AMC at that point, and you can see that here. And some people may try to suggest to you that didn't happen. But if that were the case, then we should see an immediate drop after this point here, right? Like after August 31st, we should see a massive drop back down to these levels down here. Because there might be some people that would suggest that because the price was moving down, a bunch of new short interest was created. But if that were the case, then they would have made like a crap ton of money, and you would have seen this drop massively. But it went from 23.21 only down to the next reported amount of about 22.15, which means that it dropped by from 23.2 down to 22.5, so about a million shares, or which would have been equivalency of about 10 million in short interest. So, and that actually, yeah, sure, I would believe that there might have been 10 million in new, or 1 million after reverse split in new short interest during that period of time when price was moving down, but all the old short interest was still there. Now, in regards to percentage as a percentage, you got to remember that some of the dilution started occurring after that point, not during that point, but after that point. When all the Ape shares were added into AMC, you're seeing the exchange reported short interest percentage driving from 29.24 all the way down to 16.44. Why? Only because the Ape shares were added in there. It was like basically double the amount of share. It was more than double. It was a crap ton more shares that were added into AMC, so it dropped the percentage. But the amount of short interest was rising. It wasn't dropping. Now we have had short interest dropping a little bit since then, but we did move back up on that short interest after some of the positions that I had suggested to you guys were being shuffled around. We did almost move back up to the exact highs that we had from previous all-time highs we had before at 23.21 million. We drove up to as high as 22.8 million. So the people who are trying to confuse you are suggesting that this is the number you should be looking at as the percentage of short interest, and they're suggesting to you that this value, because it's dropping, means that somebody's closing out positions. You need to stop watching that number or listening to anybody who's telling you that this number is the one that you should be most interested in. The one you should really be caring about is the amount of exchange reported short interest that there is, not what it is as a percentage of the free float. Because there was a ton of shares that got added back into AMC, and it caused these values, and dilution that occurred as well, that caused these values to drop. So it's still there. All that, I mean, we're still, even at this low number of 18.3 million, that's still higher than 17.11 that we were at back prior to the reverse split and conversion. But again, there's still just positions that are being shuffled around here on a daily basis. And I expect this on this next number, I think we're going to be about 1 million higher than 18.3. We're going to get a reporting on Monday of the back half of December, and I have a feeling it's going to be right around like 19.5, if I had to guess. And so it's going to be driving back upwards. We might see a little bit of a decrease after that 19.5, but and that's just based off of some of the numbers that I'm seeing right now. But this number is still very, very super high. It's just as a percentage, it's much, much lower because of dilution and because of the conversion. That's it. It's the only reason that number is as low as it is. So hopefully that explains or answers your question. I'm not sure if it does or not. Hold on one second. Let me ask my wife a question real quick here. Okay. No, it's not. It's not the amount. It's not the pressure or the amount of the free float that kills them. You know what really kills them? Things like cost to borrow really kills them. And obviously, cost to borrow numbers aren't really high right now. But neither one of those two numbers, the total amount of short interest and the percentage of the free float, neither one of those two numbers kills shorting institutions. I would suggest to you that the cost of borrow would probably be a bigger factor in what kills them in regards to borrowing. Now, you could say that because the short interest of the free float is so much lower now that there's so many more shares to be able to be borrowed, that's part of the reason why we're not seeing these cost of borrow numbers killing them, because the utilization is so low. It's only at 27.68%. They'd have to borrow a lot more shares in order for this to wreak havoc. And so I would suggest to you that what I kind of envision happening in the future here going forward is that we're probably going to see some kind of market failure of some type or another. When that occurs, I think that you'll see a drive up in price on AMC. And I actually think it's going to be very, very similar to what we've seen in the past, where you're actually going to see cryptocurrencies running first, and then at some point or another, those are going to top out and they're going to start coming back down. And everybody's going to be thinking the same thing they thought back in 2021, where they basically go like, oh man, I wish it was, us that was running and not, crypto. And, that's going to be, you're going to think the exact same thing that you were thinking in 2021. And then after those start crashing back down, because you're going to tell all your friends, you're going to be like, you wait, the reversal's coming. I know it's coming on these cryptocurrencies. It's going to dump. You just wait. It's going to be a big old bag holder. And sure enough, it'll come crashing down very similarly to like we saw it in 2021. And then you'll start seeing prices on AMC and many other quote unquote meme stocks starting to run upwards. I have a feeling that'll be the case. And now when price starts running upwards, that's going to cause a lot of institutions to have to loan shares because there's going to be high demand. So that's going to be the trick here that we're going to need to see. So that there's kind of a multifaceted thing. It's either going to be what I just described to you, or AMC at some point or another is going to be able to issue a dividend at some point when they drive down that 2026 lean notes. When they reduce that enough to where they are finally able to give a dividend, we'll see a dividend issued, and then you'll start seeing institutions buying. When institutions start buying, then you're going to start seeing utilization start rising, as market makers are probably going to borrow shares to complete the orders and fulfill them, and so you'll see utilization rising on that. So one way or another, we need to see institutional buying. That's the key thing that we're missing here. So until we have that institutional buying, we're not going to see anything move. It's just going to continue to do what it's doing right now. So we're kind of on standby. Casey, is it incorrect to add daily short exempt volume numbers together, like with failure to delivers? If you're taking the very end of the day value, it should already be doing it for you and telling you what it is. In other words, well, actually, hold on a second. No. No, it's not incorrect. Because you're wanting to take short exempt volume, and this is exactly what I do, what I have done in the past, and it works out really well. You got to find a point where short exempt volume was really not short exempt volume, where failure to delivers were reported as nearly zero or almost zero for any specific day, and then you need to start adding your short exempt volume from that day going forward. And then figuring out what failure to delivers would be, what the number would be, and what failure to delivers would be for that value. But then you also need to look at things like CHX and see how many shares are being returned on a daily basis. So it's a multi-step process that you have to go through. But you're finding that 0 point. You're adding up your failure to delivers. You're looking at how much has been returned through CHX, and then coming up with the final value. And it should be pretty close to matching. I think when I did it last, it was really darn close to whatever we had showing up as shares available to borrow for the day. So why is the number more... Okay, so I think I answered that question. Hold on a second here. Parrot, good morning to you. Casey, you once said you think we are in the end game here. What makes you think we're any closer to MOS? Well, that doesn't sound like something that I would have said. I've always maintained that the very first thing that we need to see is price movement over $20. That's a significant milestone in shorting. Once you break $20, the next key number that really becomes a factor, and one of the things that would cause me to shave my beard, if I thought we were in the end game, you would have seen me shave my beard, which would have been $90. I think that's the next key number that we have to break is a 90. And it doesn't matter pre-reverse split or post-reverse split. It makes no difference. The price is the price. And $90 now is the same thing as $90 before reverse split. It still becomes a massive problem at those kind of price points. And I don't think I would ever have said that I think we're in the end game now. But we are certainly seeing more progress in regards to bank failures. We're seeing more stresses in the marketplace. We've seen more explosive periods of time where the market has had some major problems with like things like FTX failing, and then later Binance having problems. Who's next, right? So we're making progress in regards to seeing some of the avenues shutting down for the continuation of this entire process, which is good. But now we've got another one one of the things, a couple of different setbacks that we've had is BTFP. That's been a major setback for us because it simply allows banks to continue the fraud for another year, up to this, basically the year ends in March here. And then actually it's almost kind of 2 years because of the fact that the program is a 1-year loan. I think that it's dependent upon when the loan is taken out. So if the loan was taken out later, then it could extend it longer. One of the other things is this ETF for Bitcoin. I think that's actually going to create another avenue of revenue creation for institutions that could potentially drive this out longer. So, I don't think that I would have ever said that. You are probably confusing me with somebody else, or my beard would have been shaved. I'm not shaving this beard until I know that we're in the end game. So I doubt I would have said that. You're probably confusing me with somebody else. Apex says, did anyone see anything about JP Morgan potential bankruptcy filing? I have not seen it, but they do have their earnings report coming up this Friday. Yeah, and I would have if somebody were to ask, suggest to me that there was going to be a bankruptcy filing by JP Morgan, I would be absolutely massively surprised. I think they're too big to fail. Ruby Doobie says the beard came with receipts. Yeah, sure did. I mean, it's kind of like, when this beard's gone, we're that's the end game. This beard, just to let you know, Ross, I have not had a beard my entire life. I usually have never let it go for more than a month without shaving. And so having a beard like this is massively different than anything I've ever done in my entire life. You'll know we're in the end game when you no longer see me with a beard on. Jeff says, along with J.P. Morgan, there's 4 other banks. I've got a watch for it here. We've got Bank of America, BlackRock, BNY Mellon, Citigroup, and J.P. Morgan that all have their earnings report coming out on Friday. Some other notable ones that are in that list is also Delta Airlines and United Health are both giving their earnings reports as well. But just throwing that out there. Never mind Endgame. Is there even a game left? Yes. And if you don't see the failures in the marketplace that are happening on a constant basis, then I don't know how you could potentially even come to the conclusion that there is no game left. Like the idea that you have, what's the most recent thing that we just saw blow up? I mean, it wasn't even more than a month or so ago. We had another hedge fund that basically said that they were announced that they were closing up shop. I can't remember who it was now. Like literally, if you can't see what's happening, the progress that's being made as we continue down this road here, I don't know. It's like you're just refusing to have your eyes open as you're traveling through time. And I can't help you. There's nothing I can do to help you if your eyes aren't open. I can't force your eyeballs to look. Who was it? Dang it, it's really pissing me off that I can't remember who it was off the top of my head. Was it Chanos? No, it wasn't Chanos. Who was it? It's going to bother me. Oh, Nana, thank you for reminding me. I actually have something I gotta show you guys. This was kind of funny. I thought it was kind of funny. I had to retweet it. I'll go watch yours on break, Nana, for sure. Hold on a second. Edward posted this out here. Some of you guys have seen this. It's like 3 minutes and 40 seconds long. It's a little bit long for my taste, for my liking, but I'm gonna go ahead and play it for you guys because it is kind of funny. It's been the only reason I don't like this is because this has been overused so many times that I can't stand watching this guy laugh anymore. It used to be funny, and then too many people started using it for memes, and now it's not so funny. But let's give it a listen.
Y me llama el cocinero. Risita, ¿qué? Ve por la paellera. Venga, que las 2 de la tarde.
Actually, hold on a second. Let me enlarge this because really I need you guys to be able to read it. Here we go. Nice and big for you guys. Here we go.
Y me llama el cocinero. Risita, ¿qué? Ve por la paellera. Venga, que las 2 de la tarde ya están aquí. Miren, bañador. En las chanclas. Todo despeinado porque no me dio tiempo nada ponerme las chanclas y el bañador. Voy a la playa, había subido la marea. Jesús. Jesús. Había subido la marea y encontré una paella. Y la encontré porque estaba la paellera agarrada metida entre las piedras de Chipiona, del faro. Y cuando entro en el restaurante me ve el cocinero con una paellera y adentro la vende paellera. ¡Asómate, mira dónde llega el agua! Llegaba el agua hasta el restaurante. Había subido la marea. Jesús, hay que hacer ahora con los 2 sacos de arroz. ¡Ay, llama para Sevilla! ¡Llama a Sevilla que traigo paella! ¡Ay, Jesús, y yo con el bañador y con la paella! ¡El cocinero! No vea, para Sevilla. Y al último que cuando ya salió la bien de regla, estamos llorando los dos. Me cobró el tío la paella. Me cobró a 500 veces la paella. Y ya no fui más. Me fui andando a coger los amarillos hasta hoy. Me mandó por la noche, había bajado más el agua y por la mañana había subido. Cualquiera estaba donde está la paellera, ¿sabes? A lo mejor está en el barco ese del petróleo.
En el Prestige.
En el Petriense. Pues no cobré nada, me dieron el dinero del bote.
¿Había mucho dinero en el bote?
Lo que me echaban y el dinero de lo que gané, me cobraron 20 paelleras a 500 caras, pues viste lo que me llevé yo para Sevilla. Ay, ya aborrecí la playa. Ay, hemos llorado los dos. Ya está, tú, no es para tanto, yo. A ti yo no quiero arroz, tú, yo no quiero arroz ni en China, vamos.
Yeah, that's our clowns. That's our clown government.
Me llama
I will probably, you know what, Nana, I'm so glad that you mentioned that because, oh man, it says my stream was going to get blocked if I continued to play that. Looks like I might not be able to play that again. Wow, okay, so apparently next time I play that, it'll have to be without sound. Because I just got a warning saying we've detected video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked if you plan to continue. Yeah, oops. So anyways, we'll play that without maybe sound later. If you guys want a link to it, Edward was the one I think Edward was the one who created that. He sent it to me and asked if I would repost it, and I did. Nana says she put it in the Discord, so I won't paste it there, but I'll put it here in case you guys want to go see it. Dang it. Why can't I... This is really stupid, the way they have this set up now. I can't... How do I put this up to the top? What the heck? This really is bothersome. I can't... Can somebody who's a moderator copy and paste my comment that I just put in there? It's really stupid. I can pin anybody else's message up, but I can't pin my own. I just found a new, oh, wait, hold on, maybe I can, hold on a second. Maybe I can do it. Haha, I figured it out. There we go. Now how do I go back? I don't know how to go back. No! There we go, I got it. Apex sounds good, man. Yeah, I'll probably be waiting on a price prediction as well for the day-to-day. It does look like the market's kind of green. I'm expecting to see price drop underneath 5 at least long enough for $5 put positions to be closing out. I don't know how... I'm not sure where I'm going to put price prediction out for the day right now. I'll probably have to do that here in about 45 minutes when I come back. Frank Lehman says he seems to know what he's talking about. Do you think he could replace Gary Gensler? All right. Let me put you guys back on the main page here and put up my message. I'm going to head to break. Let's see. All right. I will see you guys back at 8:15. Apex, we'll see you when you get back, man. Parrot says, I'll be gone a bit this morning. Insurance adjuster is arriving in 10 minutes. I'm prepared for battle as they are the enemy and should always be treated as such. Good luck, man. Good luck. Go get him. Get him. I'll see you guys at 8:15.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you. Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Alrighty, guys. I'm trying to do a quick reading into what's kind of going on with the market for the day today. I don't know if we're going to see an announcement from the SEC. If the SEC were to announce an approval, I would imagine that wouldn't come until after the market closes today. So in regards to seeing like some kind of cryptocurrency run, I would not expect that to be until later. It does look like it's still moving a little bit as of right now. I'm gonna put us at a 501 close. Yeah, I'm going with 501 close. So, 351 to 651 is going to be my price prediction for the day today. Let me check and see what everybody else has got going on here. Let's see. I've got TB's rolling with the same numbers again today. He said he had 370 to 670. Was that? Is he really? Wow. Okay. He's going with the same thing. All right. Same thing for him. And then Apex. Let's see if he's put anything in the chat here. Apex is saying, fingers crossed, scrolling up a little bit, he's saying 372 to 672. 372 to 672. And then, let's see, last but not least, Twisty's got his message into me, and he is saying 363 to 663. 363 to 663. All right. I got everybody in. There's only one person who's eligible for an additional bonus point for the day today, and that's me. with the 351 to 651 price prediction. It is more than 10 cents away from any other price prediction for the day. I think everybody had to have heard the happy hump day too.
Staring me down until I remembered.
Was she? She was waiting for it, huh? Let's see. So I've got 351. Remember, this is not financial advice, guys. I got 351 to 651. Twisty has 363 to 663. Apex has 372 to 672. And TB has 370 to 670. We all do have different predictions for the day today. So there is quite a range. By about 21 cents. Big, huge spread amongst us. Let's see here. Moving back down to a 1 minute interval. We got just a couple more minutes here before we start the day today. Let's see here. I'm just now looking over to see what it is. Casey, have Melissa wish us a happy hump. She did. You guys didn't hear it in the back. I could have sworn you guys would have heard that in the background. They were saying happy hump day in the back. I could have sworn. I mean, how could you have not heard that? I swear you guys can hear everything with this microphone, and you had to have heard it. She already went upstairs to go to sleep, though. Frank said, WTF, my phone just told me it's almost your birthday. Looking forward to spending the day with you. Creepy. Yeah, I'd have her do it again, Nana, except for she already walked upstairs and closed it. I could hear the door close upstairs. That's not necessarily the case, Mac, Ned, and Bees. I think there's a potential possibility at, some kind of market failure as well. There's some interesting stuff that's kind of going around in the market right now. We'll see. It is time, though. I can't talk about it too much. We'll get this intro started, and maybe after the intro and everything, we can talk about it a little bit more. See you guys on the other side of Market Open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near. It's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. And there will be friends who hold till the end. And there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Pushing past all the bullshit and getting right to the root of what the problem really is. The reasons for the misunderstandings, the emergency landings on a plane headed for home. It's where the heart was living till it was without feeling and started revealing itself to everyone else by just packing up, moving out, saying it can do without a belly, but unstable running up at the mouth. So tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. And I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memories. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now. I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now. I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. For fear of having my channel get shut down this morning, I'm probably not going to replay the Edward Burchick post that he put out. That was really funny, but which makes it funny. Go back and watch it this morning. but it goes right along with the title for the day-to-day. On the eve of approval for the Bitcoin ETFs, the SEC blundered. And then we had an article earlier this morning saying that they've already finished a review or an investigation into what happened. Let's see here. I'll just read you what this is. This is from Reuters here, saying fake Bitcoin ETF approval tweet causes 90 million in liquidations. Those tweets caused Bitcoin prices to immediately spike to 47,680 from the 46,800 level. It then fell as low as 45,400 as the tweets were found to be fake. Price volatility following a series of fake tweets from the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC's) X account caused nearly 90 million worth of Bitcoin long and short positions to be liquidated, showcasing manipulation risks associated with the industry. I think that's probably one of the most important things to note about that entire article right there, is the part that I talked about yesterday so heavily. Why I think this is extremely concerning that you would introduce this into the marketplace, showcasing manipulation risks associated with the industry. When you take a product like a cryptocurrency and you throw it into the marketplace, it can change. Like there can be some wild swings that could happen on that and can affect everything across the board. And then finishing this off here, it says hackers caught hold of the SEC's account on Tuesday, using it to post a nod for the much-awaited Bitcoin exchange-traded fund approval decision. It later posted # BTC before both tweets were promptly deleted. So yeah, this is pretty big news. The SEC is doing an investigation into it. They actually put out a post about in regards to this. And if you go to, I guess, Twitter and you just type in like SEC and that's it, and you just search for SEC, you can go back in time here and see some of the more recent posts that are put up here. And Edwards, one of his tweets here is this one. Edwards is off the chain, going at it right now. He put in, wait, so the SEC didn't even bother to follow their own security guidelines, and then he retweeted out something that they had posted up previously saying, this is a reminder to secure your financial accounts as well as protect against identity theft and fraud. Remember to use strong passphrases or passwords, set up multi-factor authentication, underlined. I talk to that with you guys almost on a daily basis. I've kind of cut back on that a little bit because I don't have to do it as often. But I can't even express to you how many times I've told you guys two-factor authentication, two-factor. I've been beating you over the head with the two-factor authentication stuff, guys. I'm telling you, it's super, super important. And then keep account alerts turned on. And then the SEC filing, or not filing, but putting out the statement earlier this morning saying, Actually, this is at safety, but I think this is a retweet from the SEC. We can confirm that the account SEC Gov was compromised, and we have completed a preliminary investigation. Based on our investigation, the compromise was not due to any breach of X's systems, but rather due. Oh, this must be X's safety. Must be what this is. Based on our investigation, the compromise was not due to any breach of X's systems, but rather due to an unidentified individual obtaining control over a phone number associated with the SEC Gov account through a third party. We can also confirm that the account did not have two-factor authentication enabled at the time the account was compromised. We encourage all users to enable this extra layer of security. More information and tips on how to keep your account secure can be found in our help center. So this is X doing their own investigation as to what happened with that security breach for the SEC. What about two-finger authentication? Foo Dog says. I recommend the fisting authentication. If somebody wants to authenticate as you, they should be able to take a fist in more than one way. Multiple ways. But yeah, so counter CPR saying the two-finger, one thumb works better. The good old Shaka Khan. And yeah. You guys. I'm supposed to be serious. This is supposed to be serious stuff here. This is too early in the morning. Oh man! All right, let me head over to the back of the big tramp here, and hold on 1 second. Let me check something real quick here. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. I'm gonna head to the back of the big tramp. Anybody who wants to join me is more than welcome to. We can talk about our two-finger or more authentication. Chris says, "I thought you were sponsored. To be honest, I mean, as much as I say it, I really felt like I was like it was a commercial." And I'm sure it came across that way, Chris, but I am not monetized in any kind of way whatsoever. And I'm simply suggesting to you guys. So the first thing that concerns me, and in terms of price movement, I always like to think in the future about like what kind of things should I expect to have happen. There was a lot of people who were suggesting that their accounts were hacked during the 2021 run-up of GME. And so one of the things that I decided that I felt was really, really important was how can I make my accounts as safe as possible. Well, I never had two-factor authentication on my accounts before, but I'll tell you what changed my mind, Chris, is when I got an email from Fidelity saying that if I didn't have two-factor authentication on my account and somebody hacked my account and sold my positions or anything changed in my positions that I was not authorized by me, that they would not be held responsible for any changes whatsoever that were made. I can't even begin to tell you how fast that changed my idea as to whether or not I was going to have two-factor authentication, because there's no way in hell I'm going to let somebody go in there and change my shit on my accounts without my authorization, period. Just absolutely no way. I will not let that happen. I don't care if two-factor authentication makes it 10 minutes slower for me to get in my account. It makes a world of difference in whether or not I'm holding or not holding a position. I'm not letting it happen. So each of one of you have to make your own choice as to whether or not it's something you want to be a part of or not. Ultimately, that's your decision to make. But I have stressed on many occasions that I think it's a really good idea to do it. I think time will tell. The SEC and Perjuler says the SEC makes it hard to take this shit seriously. I know. It's kind of crazy, right? Like they should be making it easy for us to take it seriously, and it's not. It's the exact opposite. Let's see here. We got about 15 minutes before we take a look at our numbers. Let's take a look and see how the general market's doing right now. So the VIX is showing down 0.47 at 12.7. The futures, I believe, were showing it to be trending upwards into around like 13, I think is what it was, 13.33. Yeah, I'm seeing 13.33 is what it's showing up as the futures, so it should be rising. We haven't been seeing the futures and the VIX actual prices, and I say prices because it's not really a price, it's actually a value. We haven't seen that value equaling the same numbers yet, so it's kind of odd to me that that's been off for so long. Looks like we have most everything is red on my page here except for Amazon and NCMI. Those are the only two that are really kind of green right now. Somebody had mentioned the Mag 7 were doing just fine right now. I can't even imagine why that would be the case. They sure are. Look at that. 5 out of the 7 in the green this morning. Meanwhile, SPY is up 0.21% and starting to kind of curl over a little bit after an uptrend once market opened. AMC is down 2.58% at 491. We did break below 5. What I want to see have happen within this next, or maybe the first hour of trading, I want to see as many puts at 5 and 450 closing. If we see large quantities of volume on those puts, we might be able to see price rising back upwards. My hope is that we close out the day somewhere around 501. I would like to see a little bit higher close. I would love to see something in the range of like 525, I think would be a good number for potential forward momentum upwards leading into the end portion of this week. But, time will tell where we're going to be moving. We do seem to be inverse the SPY right now, so if the SPY were to start coming down, we might be heading up. So watch that. It does appear to be inverse today. Yeah, I try not to be too sensational around here, Chris. Keep things realistic. Don't freak out, What's invert? SPY to AMC right now. So if I were to put, I think I have that actually already drawn up on a chart here. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Give me a second. So on this chart here, you have AMC's price movement. You have SPY in gold, and baby blue is GME's price movement. So GME and SPY are, kind of moving similar. GME kind of took off downwards, but then headed upwards when SPY was really starting to move and consolidate. AMC, on the other hand, down here is moving the opposite direction. It is inverse to the market right now. So if we saw perhaps SPY starting to move downwards, then we might see AMC starting to move back upwards. But as it stands right now, we do appear to be inverse for the day today. It's not always the case. Some days we're trading very similarly in price movements to the SPY movement, but today it does seem to be inverse. Marvin, good morning to you. Mac, just remember, and I saw you post this earlier, that we're under 1 billion market cap now. It's actually not really, our market cap is higher than that. So our total outstanding amount of shares, and they may not correct this until the end of the month in regards to how many shares are showing outstanding. But Webull is still showing their shares outstanding at 198 million shares, where that's not necessarily the case. I've got us down for about 263,115,652 shares, roughly. So we should take that actual number here, and this is why I always encourage people to do your own math and not necessarily trust your platform in regards to a market cap. but that amount of shares multiplied by the current price at this very second would put us at a market cap of about 1.3 billion. So we're still above the 1 billion mark here as it stands right now. And our market should be targeting a $5.80 price on AMC based off of the current dilution. Yep, absolutely, Mac. Totally agree. I mean, the market cap is low, right? Like, I get the sentiment of what's being said is that the market cap is low. It's very, very low. It doesn't even make sense. There's not a really good reason for why market cap is as low as it is. Meaning that, I mean, some people would suggest that with the dilution, it does make sense. But when I do the calculations based off of where we were at before, the difference, and let me show you on the breakdown on the screen here that I've got pulled up here, and this is going to be a little bit blinding to you guys. I'm going to try and keep it to as minimal portion of the page as possible, so that way I don't blind you guys too much. But let me see here. There we go. I guess that's big enough right there, right? So what we've got going on here, and this is the spreadsheet that I've created to kind of give you an idea as to what's been happening as far as the dilution's been going on. November 8th was the first point at which they had announced. It was either November 8th or November 9th, but the last day that we traded before an announcement for dilution occurred. We were trading around a price of $10.09. We had 198 million shares outstanding, which gave us a market cap of just over $2 billion. Each one of the amounts of dilution that occurred is listed here, and this entry right here was simply just an entry to let you know that there was an additional 62 million used from the 350 million that was raised to reduce debt. So this is not in the calculation down below where it says raise or reduce debt by. That number is just to simply let you know that they used 62.28 million out of this 350 that's right above it. But I just wanted to list it in there so that people knew that I was tracking it. But if you take a look at the price and where it's been going to on each one of the periods of time where there's been dilution, the share offering average price right now that they've gotten, because they've sold about 64,758,754 shares, which makes the average price of each share sold at around $7 when you consider how much was raised for that amount, right? So that's the average share price. But what should the market be targeting, right? Like if you take $474 million, if you say, okay, well, they raised $474 million, so let's reduce $474 million out of the market cap of $2 billion. And that should give us a value, right? And whatever that value is, it's gonna be like 1.53, something like that. 5.3. Should be about 1.53 billion, right? That should be the number that we'd be looking at. And so down here I have market target price, what they should be targeting based off of that information, right? Like how much has been raised, how much has been diluted. And when you simply take the and the formula is listed right here, when you take the amount that was raised, let's see, what do I have set up here? Actually, let's start with this one. When you take the shares outstanding minus the amount that was raised, right? And then, I'm sorry, my bad. I said that wrong. When you take the market cap minus the amount that was raised, and then divide that by the total amount of shares outstanding, that should give you what the market should be targeting for a price. And that value is $5.80. So there's no reason for us to be trading nearly $1 less than that, unless, this is the big unless the market is suggesting that we're like $200 million less valuable than we were on November 8th. That's the only way that would be the case, right? Because I did the math for you right now as to how much our market cap is, which is 1.3. We should be at around 1.53 billion not 1.3 billion, which means that we've lost about in valuation. They've dropped us by $230 million in 2 months. In 2 months, they've dropped us. So basically, $115 million a month is what they've dropped the valuation of AMC by, when there's been nothing but improvements along the way. So that's kind of the breakdown for you, and should help you to understand where we should be at versus where we're at. And you're absolutely right in the statement of saying that this is not where we're trading at in price right now is not a good direct reflection of what fair market value is. But that's because we know what's happening, right? We know what's happening here. They need to bankrupt AMC, and the only way that they can really, truly, and honestly bankrupt AMC is by causing shareholders to sell their positions out of fear, to exit their positions so that they can win in a hedge against the company, and cause the company to fail by investors leaving. That's it. That's the game plan. Roseanne says, Casey, no surprise. Unfortunately, no one is doing this. That's right. Unfortunately for them. And then, by the way, Roseanne, I saw that you put in there that you had power outages and whatnot. I hope everything's okay with you right now. I know a lot of people are suffering from winter storms that are going through right now in Florida and north, I guess, eastern side of the U.S. So I hope everybody's staying safe out there. Yeah, it's nasty weather. Michael says, do you believe that 2 billion should be the market cap? I know you said that's what it was 2 months ago, but even that seems low. I agree. Don't get me wrong. I'm just telling you what the market cap was at the time. I would agree with you that the market cap should be much, much higher than 2 billion. So yes, I'm in complete agreement on that. Which means I'm just telling you what it was. I'm just giving you facts. I'm not telling you what my opinion is. I'm giving you facts. Bob says, look at the cash on hand compared to the market cap. We have almost enough cash to cover the entire market cap. Yep. Oh, come on, Mac. You're not a clown. Come on. Food Dog says, my 2-finger authentication still works. Just checked. Is this a work day? What's going on? Did you check at work? Inquiring minds want to know. I sure hope not. It is 9 o'clock, guys. Chris, let me see. I'm trying to figure out what you said in this comment here. Something that potentially, that potential incentives does the or what? Okay, it looks like a what? Okay, what potential incentives does the SEC have for facilitating the manipulation? Like, what are, quote unquote, they trying to save? I don't know, man. In regards to, like if you were to suggest that the SEC was involved on those posts and not necessarily some party that managed to break into the account or something like that. I think so. So go back to the days of Sam Bankman-Fried. I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but when just before FTX, like a week or two before FTX blew up, Gary Gensler was privately meeting with Sam Bankman-Fried, right? He knew what was going on, and I'm pretty sure he was discussing with them about, you know, some of the stuff that was happening. I have full faith that the SEC knows exactly what was happening with FTX, and in fact, I think they may have been partially responsible for facilitating some of the things that may have gone on, or blind eyes that were turned to things that were going on within FTX altogether. We know there was a lot of money that was exchanging hands politically through FTX, and so something was going on there. The idea that the SEC may try to work with institutions in trying to create new products that are viable to be listed on the marketplace, that are allowed to be traded. If you want me to tinfoil hat, hold on a second. See, now Chris, I feel like you're trying to do this to me on purpose. I'm putting on my tinfoil hat now because now I have to at this point, because this is where it gets into speculation, and I'm really going to just speculate here. If the SEC is looking to help the Fed turn this into a soft landing, and they need to create products that allow banking institutions to be able to raise more money as collateral to continue the game of pushing out a massive market failure at some point or another, this would be the end game. This would be the game point at where they would say, like, okay, well, we got to create some new product that we will pass off on. We'll say, like, yeah, okay, this is okay. We'll do this. We'll sign up and say that this is okay to do. And now you guys have access to something that's going to create more revenue for these banks. That would be how they would be complicit in helping financial institutions in helping them to continue to not fail. So I think that's where I would go with this. Tinfoil hat, right? Like, fully in on it, knowing exactly what it is that they're trying to accomplish, is to keep the market from failing. How do you do that? The market has to make money somehow. And they need new products to do that with, because as it stands right now, there's nothing in the marketplace that anybody wants to be a part of anymore. So they got to create something new. And as I've discussed before, tinfoil hats off. As I've discussed before, in an ETF that's based around a cryptocurrency that's traded worldwide, gives your market a new access to funds that are being pumped in worldwide. So the money or generated revenue that could come from other types of funds that may only be traded and banks can only maybe profit from within the U.S. or North America might not be enough. They might need worldwide funds to continue moving things. Tech says, laugh out loud. Casey, you should have a level 2 tinfoil hat. Like the Ultra Mega. The Ultra Mega tinfoil hat. I don't have one of those. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe I should make one. It would probably have to be like a really coolly well-designed tinfoil hat instead of just the makeshift one that I have. All right, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here, guys. We are seeing price being pushed down further. It's at $4.78 with volume at 5.45 million shares. So we are seeing some exceptional amount of volume that's going on this morning that I wouldn't have anticipated. Earlier this morning when we had our pokey stick of volume, I never gave you guys a volume prediction because I forgot to even look at it. Let's look at it real quick here. Pokey stick of volume ended up being 35,000 shares. There's no way we had even 10,000 at that point. We were supposed to have really low volume today. There's no way I would have predicted more than 5 to 25 million based off of those numbers. So if we're going to get more than 5 to 25 million today, it's going to be pretty massive volume here. There may be a strong push to trip SSR here, as there may be a lot of buying going on. And if they need to trip SSR in order to create those shares out of nothing, to basically mark those orders as short exempt, I'm sure that they'll do that. Take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll check out what we got going on here for numbers. Remember, if the market fails, we will fail with it heavily until we don't, and that'll be when margin calls start rolling in. Somebody asked me, does margins tighten after we break below $5? I do believe that they do. I'd have to do some research again on it, but I'm pretty sure that margins do tighten below $5. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, let's go ahead and give the two-factor authentication speech real quick here. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to get it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. SEC knows all about what I'm talking about right now. When you do sign up for that for your account, if the broker that you're working with allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive an access code to get into your account, probably not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your phone or whatever device it is that you're currently getting your codes on. All right, price prediction tally points for the day today. I've got the low end of the stick. Apex has the high end of the stick. I've got 351 to 651. Twisty has 363 to 663. Apex has 372 to 672, and TB has 370 to 670. This is not financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to figure out what we think price closing is going to be for the day to day, and just trying to stay sharp on where we think price is moving to. Short exempt volume yesterday was extremely small. It was only 98.8 thousand shares, so it went into the red because it needs to be over 100,000 for me, but it was basically due to the fact that we had low volume yesterday, extremely low volume. Utilization was down day over day. I actually updated the numbers for Ortex, which we'll cover here in just a minute. I was surprised to see that the amount of shares that were borrowed day over day were actually up. Even though utilization was down. What that means typically is that if utilization is down, perhaps maybe institutions bought more shares and loaned more at the same time. That's how utilization can go down and on loan amount go up. Max pain. We were down yesterday 4.73%. Max pain for the day today is at 550. We started out the week at 550. We're still there at 550. Off exchange by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 54% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Usually about 44% going through off exchange. We have 55.39% going through off exchange. EDGX to usually be somewhere between 10 and 11. It's 8.92. The combined total on that 64.31% or 10.31% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. Those numbers are really, really big. CHX volume for the day today is at 1,800 shares. GME CHX volume is sitting at 354. Taking a look at, let's see here, what's next? Next is institutional ownership. Earlier this morning, it was reported at 21.246 million. It's still 41.246, no change. And let's take a look at options. Come on, options. You can do it. This morning when we looked at the options, we did notice that there was the volume that was occurring yesterday at $5 puts and $4.50 puts were actually most of that volume was closing volume. Give me 1 second. This page is not wanting to load for me. There we go. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming at a $5 strike. We could be seeing, there's quite a bit of volume at a $5 strike. That's 50 cents down from where we were yesterday. And currently there's 12.4 thousand contracts at 5. Quite a bit of volume there. Highest amount of volume for puts is coming in at a $5 strike as well. And there's currently 4.3 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day today. The market's suggesting a closing price right around $5 plus or minus 50 cents. So anywhere from $4.50 to $5.50 at this time. Let's take a look at Ortex. We didn't get a chance to take a look at these numbers earlier this morning because they were not updating on time. They are updated now. So far for the day today, we are seeing some borrowed shares this morning in the amount of about 1.18 million shares borrowed so far. That's going to increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 8.13%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.04, average is 1.08, and max is 1.3. Let's take a look at some of these numbers here day over day to see what they look like, since we didn't have a chance to take a look at that earlier this morning. The utilization, here's where that utilization dropped from 29.11% to 27.68, but the on-loan amount actually increased day over day from 15.22 million shares to 15.45, so we're looking at about 0.23 or 230,000 shares, newly loaned shares yesterday. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise slightly, and it rose from 7.95 to 7.98, so 0.03. Let me pull out my handy-dandy little calculator. Multiplied by 263 million shares. That means that Ortex is estimated about, we'll just round up here, basically 80,000 shares in new short interest yesterday out of the 230, which is basically one third of the total amount of shares in newly loaned, which is what they typically stick with. On-loan average age per day, with only 230,000 new shares loaned out yesterday, I would suggest this number is probably going to be going up day over day. Very slightly from 31.04 to 31.15. And the security lending volume day over day decreasing by quite a bit from 3.83 million shares down to 1.14. MMRI this morning, when we looked at the numbers, was 254.24. It's now 255.41. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield was 0.345 this morning. It was 0.343 yesterday, so just slightly more of a spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields. Orders by Fidelity customers this morning. We've got AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. I'll slowly scroll through this so you can see whether or not retail is buying or selling. AMC is on the list here of buying going on, and so this is the scenario that I was suggesting a little bit ago. If AMC is seeing a lot of buying pressure as the price is rolling downwards, this is more than likely going to cause them or want institutions to try and trigger SSR in order to create short exempt volume. Mark those orders as short exempt so that they don't actually have to find the shares right away. But as it stands right now, AMC is on the 30 most heavily traded stocks list here by retail, with an 85.86% buy to 14.14% sell ratio. So we're looking very, very strong. We are buying the dip. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.54. There's 3.1 million shares available to borrow. From earlier this morning, they did borrow another 100,000 here and another 100,000 here. So 200 more thousand than what we saw earlier this morning. So it puts us about 2.4 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Yesterday, it was actually the last two trading days, it was 3.2 million. So we're still low of some of those numbers. Fees are at 0.5%. We have 79.4 thousand contracts that are out of the money on calls versus 1.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 13.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the puts versus 27,000 contracts that are in the money on puts. The NASDAQ is up 0.2, Dow Jones is up 0.07, and the S&P 500 is up 0.14. We have 3,586 decliners to 2,101 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are in the green. Almost all 7 are over 1% up for the day today. All but one is. Big bank movers for the day. Big financial institution movers for the day today. I'm only going to read off the anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. We've got Coinbase down 5.03. FRC is up 27.27. Silvergate is down 2.94. And a lot of red on the banks right now. They do have their financial, at least 5 big ones, have their earnings report coming up this Friday. Silver is currently down 0.79 and trending down. Gold is down 0.18, trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 1.64 and trending up. Breaking a consolidation, maybe a slight downtrend period that it was on earlier. The U.S. dollar is down 0.05, and I've got this set for an expected breakout to the top side with an inverted head and shoulders pattern as early as perhaps maybe like I think the date that I've got set up here for the breakout is maybe around like 112. I feel like this timing changed because I could have sworn it was like 111, but I don't know. It's showing 112 right now. I didn't move anything, so I don't know why it's showing a different time frame here. But I see maybe I had it on a 30-minute interval. Does that make? It shouldn't make a difference. It doesn't. But yeah, I've got this set up for a break to the top side here on the U.S. dollar, and that would have the markets going down in value at around mid to late day on the 11th. Or possibly even the pre-market of the 12th. Oil is currently down 1.35% and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.14 to 0.09 and are trending down. SPY is up 0.09 and consolidating after an uptrend. VIX is up 0.16. Let me zoom in on this just a tad and see where it's at, and dropping. Trending down. VBR is down 0.37, trending down. VB is down 0.49, trending down. Tesla is down 0.94, trending down. Amazon is up 1.09 and trending up. Cinemark is up 0.22 and consolidating. Maybe a slight trend upwards. Yeah, it's on a slight trend upwards. Doge is down 1.52 and on a slight trend upwards. Bitcoin is down 1.97 and consolidating. GME is down 0.3 and trending down. HYMC is down 6.39, trending down. NCMI is up 0.67 and trending up. Hood is down 1.52 and is trending. It looks like it's trying to break a trend down that it was in. And AMC is down 5.26, and we are bouncing off of $4.72, which is a Fibonacci retracement point that I have. Currently, we are trending down. Looks like it's trying to break that trend. We did hit the Bollinger Band on the way down here and have not yet seen price return back to the simple moving average, which is usually the case. So far for the day today, we have approximately $3.1 million more outflow than inflow. 8.28 million shares having been traded. This is extremely large volume that we're getting for the day today here. After 51 minutes of trading, we're on a pace for 63.31 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said I didn't actually give you guys a volume prediction this morning, and I failed. That was my failure because I forgot to look and see what the. I think I was laughing too much at something we were talking about, but I would have said 5 to 25 million. So I would have been way wrong right now as it stands. So we're gonna have to see volume basically just fall off a cliff at this point in order for that 5 to 25 million to be anywhere even close to correct. So watch for volume to just fall off a cliff and prices trade sideways, perhaps maybe starting in about 30 minutes or less, leading to the end portion of the day where we may see a little bit more activity. Taking a look at, we do have, by the way, Barr is speaking today at around noon, I think it is. Hold on a second here, let me just make sure that that's correct. Nope, that was yesterday. I missed it. But it looks like I have a link that I can get to maybe to where I can see it. That might be worth giving it a watch. It says here the Federal Reserve has no plans to extend an emergency loan program, the BTFP. It launched last year to bolster the capacity of the banking system in the wake of the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. Let me see if I can find this article. I'm getting blocked from it. Let me see if I can find this article somewhere else. Give me 1 second. Let me finish my numbers, though. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 18.53 signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 17.02 signaling oversold. And we're actually breaking past a level of support here that I had set up for the day-to-day, and is a pretty significant level of support. I'm really kind of surprised to see that being the case. I don't see any reason for why we would be breaking down that low or any announcements for a reason for that. On a 30-minute interval, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 14.84, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, or 5-minute interval rather, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 14.26, which is also signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval for the Ichimoto, lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base, and in order for us to have seen some kind of positive buying pressure for the day-to-day from short-term investors, we would have needed to see price in around $5.40. A bit different than the direction we started heading. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base. We would have needed to say today somewhere around $6.20 to see a reversal or short-term borrower or short-term investors coming in and buying up some shares. So stark difference to where we're going. I mean, it's starting to look like we're going to get a notification at the end of the day today that there's been some more activity and dilution. I mean, because if you just look at this chart here, it looks almost identical to what we've seen. The last time we had a share dilution announcement would have been on the eve of the second of the year, the first trading day, which would have been, I think, was that Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday. So we're about a week beyond that period of time. I'm still waiting to see. I have a feeling there's going to be another SEC filing from AMC stating that there's been some more dilution, because I don't see any reason why these price movements would have occurred unless there, that was happening. Do remember that they have, I think, 5 business days, I think, before they have to announce the 8K filing. So if there was dilution that was done beyond the last time that they filed for it, like let's say it happened on perhaps maybe the 4th, I think you would. I'm not sure if you count the same day. Yeah, you probably count the same day. 1, 2, 3, 4. The announcement should come by today, no later than today. If there's additional dilution occurring, then there may be another announcement down the road as well. And I think that's all I've got for you guys. Bollinger, I see. There we go. So it looks like we found a little bit of support off of 472. Chris, take care. Dr. Zeno, welcome. By the way, Doctor, I have not gotten that music that I said I was going to get to you. I didn't have time this weekend. I wanted to get it out, but I didn't have a chance to. And it might actually be for the better because my son's going to be showing up. I might need a second device to be able to do it because I've got to have one that can play in my ear and then another. And I thought about using my computer and then my phone, and I was like, that's going to suck. So I wanted to get a good recording of it. So when my son maybe visits this week, I've got one other thing that I've been working on to put out there, and then I'll send the other one to you if we can get it done this week. But good to see you. And the question is it will likely drop to the threes? Yes, it is always possible, so long as hedge funds are still in the game. Not any number is a possibility, always. Jared, good morning, and congratulations on the 69th like. Nice. I'm not sure what... I got to translate this name here. Hold on a second. The translation for your name is fat. I'm gonna assume that means like fat as in like the fat as in PHAT. Pretty hot and tempting. I don't know. I don't know what, but that's what it says here. That's what I'm seeing. I can't, my convictions and your convictions are not the same. So whatever your convictions may be, they don't, I'm not here I'm here to document history, and I'm not here to bolster your convictions. They've got to be your own convictions. You got to have your own 5 whys. Go through this chat. I haven't seen you comment in here before, but go through the chat and read the rules. The rules are really, really important investing rules. And go through there and see. There's a reason why things are happening the way that they're happening. There's a game plan in there, a hedge fund game plan, and it's simply to just they're trying to scare the crap out of us, guys. $4.72. Let me do the math on this real quick here. 472 from our last top was $11.17. So $4.72 is a 57.7% drop. And the typical turnaround points are 20, 40, 60, roughly. So we're very, very near a 60% turnaround point. Most oftentimes, the bigger the downwards momentum, the larger the upward swing. So, expect to see maybe some kind of return out of a 60% drop that should be significant. I can't tell you how much exactly because there's no way I can even come close to trying to predict that, but there's no way to know. But we are nearing that 60% turnaround point. And the reason that we're down is because, one, I think, when you look at the whole market, it's not even doing that well. We've got, in total, about 2,300 advancers in the entire market with 3,380 decliners. The market's not doing all that hot right now. So that's part of the reason why. The other part of the reason is that they're always trying to scare us out of our positions. It's supposed to. They're trying to make this emotional, and if you're going to buy into the emotion, that's on you. Yeah, I can't help you. Yeah, I don't. I don't know what to. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say, Mac and Bees. I just like the stock too. I think one of the most incredible things that that which is really crazy is that they continue to give us more of ability to be able to average down. I can say that in 2021, one of the things when I first got into AMC in 2021, I think the share price might have been around like $11. I think at the time when I first got in, I can't remember. It's off the top of my head, but I think it was around $11. And they gave me continual opportunities to be able to average down from January of 2021 up until forever, really. I kept averaging. Actually, I was averaging up for a while, even after the June run. So I've averaged up, I've averaged down, and as an investor, when you invest in the marketplace instead of gamble in the marketplace, looking for those key buys on being able to average down on your prices, one of those things that you should be looking at as a possibility to sweeten your position. But it's entirely up to you. All the risk is yours to bear. So remember the golden rule, especially the golden rule number 1 that I have in the comment section here. That you can find on this channel. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Chris is saying a lot of people have not been talking up our stock for the past year at $4 pricing. If you're a friend, you'll tell them Simple Financials put the stock over $100 by 2027. Nick's saying I just loaded up on shares this week and 5x my position in AMC. Let's go. I mean, this is that point in time where people have always asked in the past, like, well, what happens if price gets to this, or what happens if price gets to that? And it's like, well, what do you think happens? The amount of shares that people can start buying is like way more for their dollar. I mean, at some point, at what point does price get to where people can't stop buying incredible amounts of shares, right? So for every dollar that they drop this, we can pull up a calculator and just check this out, right? There's 200 in total. I'm guesstimating, based off the figures that I'm seeing, that there's about 263 million shares in total, right? So if there's 263 million shares, and let's just use a number that's smaller than what we've been told. Let's assume that there's only 2.5 million shareholders. No. Let's do better than that. Let's just assume there's only 2 million shareholders. I know they've said 3.5 million, and then at some point or another, I think we heard 3 million. But I'm going to go even further. I'm going to say, let's just say that there's only 2 million shareholders, right? If that's the case, then on average, each shareholder would hold around 131 shares apiece. If we owned everything, right? So you multiply that out by, we'll say $5 right now, right? I know we're a little bit underneath $5, but that's fine. We'll just say $5 at 131 shares per person. Remembering that there's only supposed to be 2 million people, which is less than what we've been told. then it would only cost $657 for each person to be able to buy every single share of their portion, right? Because that's what it would cost. At $4, it would cost them $524. At $3, it would cost them $393. At $2, it would cost them $262 to buy their fair share. So as you see, every single dollar that they lower this, they make it that much easier for the float to be bought over that many times, and makes it that much more of a problem for them to continue to push price downwards. So I'm not worried about it. It sucks. It sucks seeing price move down, but you got to take out the emotion and really see it as an opportunity for you to be able to average down your price. Mac Neddenby says, assuming no dilution. Correct. That is absolutely correct. Andrew says, Casey, if price hits $3, 5,000 people will be watching. I don't know about that. But you know, whatever. Let's hope not. Sometimes I've felt like it's been better when there's less people watching, so it is what it is. What do we got? Petro's in the back of the big tramp here. Petro, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Casey.
How you doing today?
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, thanks.
I'm great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking to buy an extra 10.
There you go.
Bring that average down. 2 weeks, guys, 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Texas Aggie says, Casey, would you please check the price on the day of the run-up in 2021? Are we below that price? The shorts got trapped in once the run-up started. My theory about why we're at the price we're at right now is that whatever institutional shares are owned can now be used to close out smaller positions that have been short since 21. So here's the problem, Texas Aggie, is that they can't close these positions. There's rehypothecated positions up the yin yang. I'm talking about tons and tons and tons of rehypothecated positions that are open. I believe that the float's probably been sold over at least 12 times, at least. There was a point in time where I felt like it was 19 times over, but I've since reduced it a little bit down to about 12, and that's only because of we have lost some investors, and so it's gone down a little bit. But the problem is they can't close out those short positions without undoing all of that rehypothecation that's occurred. And so they're trapped in a position where they either have to make us sell to get rid of those rehypothecated positions, or they bankrupt the company. Those are the only two choices that they have. So this has really been, they're locked. They're locked in this. We've locked them in because we bought in the way that we did way back in 2021. So there's a lot of people out there who are suggesting that they can just close out their positions. And if that were the case, then why haven't they just done it a long time ago? And in regards to where share price is at right now, what you need to remember about share prices is that share price is share price. It has nothing to do with what price used to be from the past. It's what it is now. Because anybody who has a position that's open, whether it's old or it's new, the price is what it is currently. And so if you're suggesting what was the price back in like 2020, what did it get down to? I don't remember what the prices were back then. We could go back and we could look at it, but I'm telling you right now, we are way over that price right now. So they can't close their positions. They would need to be able to get rid of those rehypothecated positions that are out there in order to close out that short interest. There's just no way out of this. They only have two outs. We've got them trapped with their hands in the cookie jar. There's no way out of this trap. We're either leaving or they're leaving. One of the two. And mark my words, I've said this on so many occasions. There will be people and investors in AMC who leave. I've said this on many occasions and we've seen it. There will be investors in AMC who leave before this is all over. We will lose people. I guarantee you we will lose people along the way. Guarantee you. But those who stick around for the end game are going to be the people who end up winning. Because we've already got them trapped. And I don't think enough people are going to be left. I don't think enough people will leave the position for this to not run at some point and have those people profit from it. Pirate, welcome back. Hopefully that insurance adjuster was a painless episode. I doubt it, but hopefully it was. If you take out a short, the way you can close is if the lot price goes below strike price. No. Can they not just use those physical shares as trading cards in the dark pool? No. See, that's the misconception here, that everybody seems to think that's the case, and that's actually not true. You have to close out all those other positions first, right? So if you created a pool, you use the term dark pool. If you've created a pool of shares that are traded off market, those positions have to be settled before you can close out that short interest, because your short interest positions are all tied to that. All those short interest positions are tied to those. Now they may have some current short interest that they're playing around with, that they're able to open and close on a daily basis, which we're seeing all the time, right? You're seeing current amount of levels of short interest opening and closing all the time, and that's normal. But they can never actually fully exit out of their short positions until they've unraveled all of that all those other positions that they have tied up out there. Unless, of course, they bankrupt the company. If they bankrupt the company, then they don't ever have to worry about doing that. They count it as a write-off, and then they turn AMC into a zombie stock. More than likely, what would end up happening is that a company like I don't know, the rumor or the tinfoil hat theory way back in the day was that a company like Amazon would come through and then offer like bargain bin pricing to buy the company out, which would imply that investors would be willing to sell at any kind of bargain bin low price just to get some money out of it, which I can't imagine happening, but who knows. But that's not the case. McCullough says, what number would down 60% take us to? Let me figure it out here real quick. About 445, I think. Yeah, it's real close. 447. Yeah, 447. What is SSR trip at? Let's see, today. 454. Richard says, I'm going to see The Beekeeper tonight at AMC. You should check out the trailer. It's pretty good. You know what? I totally forgot to do that. That was something I was supposed to set up this last weekend, I think, and oh man, how did I forget to do that? I was supposed to have one break where nothing but trailers played during the break. I failed. Hold on a second here. Let's do that. Let's watch the trailer real quick for that. Shouldn't be a problem. Give me 1 second here while I pull it up. Hey, my light on my plants just went on, guys. You know what that means? I gotta get my pictures going. I gotta show you guys my picture. All right, here. Let me see here. Excuse me. Let's find the video for this. Beekeeper. Man, how far back do I gotta go here? There it is. Let's check it out. I'm going to mute myself in the back of the big tramp here for just a second so I don't blast. So in case somebody says something or something happens in here, it won't blast everybody. Be right back. All right. Let's pull this up on the screen. Oh no, what did I pull that up on? Okay.
You're a blessing, Mr. Clay. This place was crabgrass and weeds, and you brought it back to life.
Mrs. Parker and I were friends. She was the only person who ever took care of me.
I just got a message saying that there's a problem with my computer.
Yes, ma'am. We got this.
Yesterday, she shot herself.
This is private property.
Do you know what they do here? Scamming the weakest in our society.
Buddy, I'm counting to 3.
1, 2, 3. There, I did it for you. I'm gonna burn this place to the ground.
Will you stomp his ass out?
You're telling me one man did this. The only thing you know is he's a beekeeper.
A beekeeper? Well, that's not good.
Beekeepers is a special program outside the chain of command.
I protect the hive. When the system is out of balance, I correct it.
We have laws for these things.
Until they fail, then you have me.
My fingers, he cut him off. Oh, come on, bro.
Don't move. This is much bigger than a little phishing scam.
The money's going all over the world. To people in finance, even government.
You are a problem. Goddamn right, I'm a problem. I figured I'd give the firefighters a break.
Somebody detain this guy.
We have to kill him before he kills his way to the top.
Honey?
It's flammable. Oh no.
Damn it. Now I'm going to have to go burn some honey. What the heck? Oh man, it's those, I'm sure it does burn. I got to go light it and see like how flammable is honey. I mean, because I know it's it's got sugars in it, so it's got to burn. But yeah, pretty cool trailer. I can see now why my wife doesn't like seeing trailers. That's probably like, I feel like we got more of that movie right there than we probably should have. But I seriously feel like I need to go light some honey on fire real quick here because I've got to see for myself how flammable is honey. Don't worry, I'll be hey, I got Petro here. Petro will help me out here. Petro, you ever seen oh shoot, hold on a second here. He's not Petro, I'm back in the back of the big tramp here now. Flammable honey. Tell me what do you know about flames erupting from honey? Like how flammable is honey? Yeah, honey. How flammable is honey?
Man, what's funny is we were using some honey this morning for something, which I never use. I wouldn't imagine it'd be too flammable.
Yeah, I would think that it would
Does it have-
be a slow burn, like a low slow burn, if anything, because it's.
Yeah, unless it got some alcohol released. I mean, it is sugar, so if there's
Right.
maybe some type of yeast or something creating alcohol.
What I'm thinking is
I don't know.
you know those little food warming lamps that you can light and put underneath like a a metal pan or something for keeping.
Taping trays.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it would burn kind of similar to like something like that. Like a low slow burn kind of thing.
Right. Did you see the flame? Is it a blue or more of an orange?
No, actually, I don't think in the video they actually showed a flame in there, but they just talked about it.
Okay.
now I'm curious.
To me, it seems like somehow it's producing alcohol,
Yeah.
which makes sense because it is pure sugar, right?
Yeah.
So if somehow some yeast or something got in there, it's fermenting. So that's the only thing I can think of why it would be flammable.
I might have to try this.
Unless they added some 151 to it or something.
Yeah, see.
Or 101, anything 101.
Well, that would make like the perfect like Molotov if you were to like throw in like a if you had like a little bit of alcohol in there, but then you had a bunch of honey that you poured into it. That would probably make because it would probably be like a tarry kind of not a tarry like you play on, but a tar like substance that would basically like have like a long burning effect to it. Man, that would make one hell of a Molotov.
Perfect incendiary device. It would be the perfect incendiary device because you can technically, I guess the dogs would be able to sniff that because the byproduct would be alcohol.
Yeah, the alcohol content. Yeah.
Yeah. So they could probably hit on that, but that would be hard to prove. Anyway, I'm just thinking my analytical mind.
Yeah.
Of what's, but yeah, I think somehow it's getting probably at least 101 proof and it's burning.
Text says honey is a flammable substance with a flash point around 320 Fahrenheit and an ignition point around 410.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ethan
Makes
says
sense.
Homemade napalm. That is, yeah. I'm thinking it would be kind of yeah. Interesting. I had no idea.
So another thing is they bring up a good point with the flash point, the lower explosive limit and the upper explosive limit. People don't realize it's going to have perfect conditions. So like what happened in Fort Worth, all it was looking for, perfect air mixture. All it was looking for was that ignition.
Yep.
So people don't realize that you can actually, if there's not enough oxygen in the room, that'll actually stuff out the fire.
Right.
So it has to have the perfect mixture of air. And I'm not saying perfect, within its limits.
Right. Yeah, I hadn't heard too much news since the initial day that explosion occurred in Fort Worth, but I had heard somewhere that it had to do with a restaurant in the building or something like that. I didn't hear any details beyond that though.
Yeah. And just remember, you got specific gravity, so I believe natural gas sinks, and I might be wrong, might be flipped, and propane rises, but I think it is that way. I think I'm right. That specific gravity. So remember that. You got natural gas, its tendency is to sink, and you got propane, its tendency is to rise. So.
Interesting. Well, I need to get to work on putting together a little window so that you guys can see movie trailers, because I told you guys that I was going to set that up and I forgot completely about it. So I need to make sure and get on track with that. We got about 5 more minutes before.
You have so much on your plate.
Hey, Petro, you got a lot of wind noise back there.
Yeah, I'm walking. Sorry.
Oh, you're walking. I thought you were driving.
I'm walking.
You're walking.
Walk run this morning.
You're walking quick.
Yeah, as soon as you said, "Hey, Petro, I'm back here in the back of the big trip," I was running. I had to
Oh,
slow
no.
down. That's why I was breathing hard.
No, okay. Well,
No,
I
you're
thought
good. You're fine.
I thought you were just excited to hear or talk to me. Hi, Casey. Good to see you. Oh, man. We got about 4 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers. Ethan says, I am curious, say these 8Ks that have been to a private buyer, right? So if it's the same buyer, how many more until they have to report their position? Ethan, you make a incredible point there. One that I've been making for quite a while is that no institutions are claiming over 5% ownership of AMC. That should be a massive telling sign as to what's been happening with AMC and ownership of the shares that are in existence. Any institution that's, I mean, we've had, if you were to go in and you were to account for all of the Ape shares that were sold, all of the AMC shares that were sold in dilution after the reverse split and conversion, and add all that up together and suggest that no institution had ownership of at least 5% of the shares. I think that's really the key major point that a lot of people are missing here is that it shows you how many shares we've actually owned for such a long time because they can't take that ownership. It's not, it's not pure speculation because they haven't filed for it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying how big of a. We all remember that pie in the face movie or ESA that I would say that SEC did.
Yeah.
We all remember that.
Oh yeah.
How big of a pie in the face was that last night? That he had to come out and say, "Hey, we were hacked."
Yeah, I mean, so I really think that they weren't hacked. I don't think they were hacked. I think they legitimately did that for a reason.
Somebody needed some money today, guaranteed.
I don't
know, but
I think they're trying to prove
for
a
this
point.
Play, it's just yeah.
I think they're trying to prove a point and showing what kind of manipulation that there is in the marketplace, and I don't know. Maybe it was a good Samaritan that was trying to highlight, the manipulation that's already ongoing in crypto. Gameshire stop away. That's almost as good as my Hackshire. Birth away. Birth away Hackshire. Brandon, how's it going? Good morning to you. I think the big news is probably the title for the day today. The eve of approval for the Bitcoin ETFs and the SEC blundered tweet or X post or whatever you want to call it nowadays. McCullough, you're welcome. And just to let you know, McCullough, I think you might be viewing this hit live on your screen because I have a feeling you might be a little bit behind because I answered that a while ago and I'm just now seeing you put that in there. Actually, I'm going to hold on. I'm going to type this in here for McCullough. Just so you guys know, it's not you, it's me. It's the 15 to 25 second delay that I've got listed in the bottom right hand side is because of the fact that my internet connection is so poor. What it basically causes, in order for me to get a solid live stream out to you guys that doesn't have interruption in it, it ends up causing you guys to fall behind. I don't know how you guys deal with it who have been around for a long time. Maybe you hit live every couple minutes or so. I have no idea how you guys deal with it, but for those of you who are unaware, it helps to hit live every once in a while to catch up and make sure that you're watching. Just if you watch the comments and if they make sense compared to what it is that I'm saying, I'm usually pretty on top of staying on top of the comment section here. It would be 5% ownership of the outstanding amount of shares in total. So, actually, it would be yeah, it should be for outstanding, I think. You got me wondering, but it doesn't really matter because outstanding and free float are pretty much the same number, so it doesn't really matter. So we're at 263 million shares roughly. Actually, here we go. I'll just tell you the exact number and put it up here. We're at 263,115,652 shares multiplied by 0.05. That's basically 13.1 million shares owned by an institution. And each one of the dilutions that we've had in the quantity of shares that have been purchased has been significantly. The total amount's about 64 million, right? So if you were to divide 64.7 million by 13.1, basically there was enough shares sold that at least almost 5 different companies could have bought up the shares to equal the equivalency of what would have been 5 companies that would have had to report an ownership of 5% or more. And that's just with the dilution since after the reverse split and conversion. That's not even counting any of the Ape dilution that occurred. Ethan says we don't have a true share count right now. Ethan, I'm basing those numbers off of the 8K filings that have been coming out and adding it to the amount of shares that AMC reported. So I'm doing as close as I possibly can representation of, it's as close as it can possibly get. And I'm sure it is off, but it's as close as it can possibly be to correct. Mac Nedby says when it's gray, it means you're not live. I didn't know that. Okay, cool. Good to know. And by the way, Ethan, I don't think I gave you credit the other day, and I don't think you were here to hear it. And I put this page up so that everybody could see this. I actually went through the 8Ks and totaled everything up and made a much more accurate number, Ethan. And guess what? You remember how you said you were just mathing it in your head? And it was $7 per share that AMC had got per was the average share offering price. You're right. You're dead nuts right. They've sold approximately 64,758,754 shares. They've raised $474,071,526, giving us an equivalency of about $7 per share average. You were dead nuts on the money, and I think I was saying something a little bit lower than that. I can't remember what I was saying. I think I was saying like I was like 690 or something like that. So I was a little bit off, but I went through and because I knew I was kind of being lenient on some of the numbers, and so I decided to go through and actually pour through the 8K filings and total everything up as I went along and make sure that it was like right on the money, spot on. But yeah, nice work, Ethan. Your in the head calculations were right on the money. Mop 'em, bop 'em. Not a bad idea. It's always good idea to find different price points. If you can average down further, it's always a great idea. Not bad, especially if remember if you're following those golden rules. Having some of that money. You don't have to just all. One of the most common misconceptions that I find really odd, and I'm not sure why this is the case, but people seem to think that they need to go buy shares in blocks of like, I don't know, 50 or 100 shares, or maybe they even see like a dollar amount. Maybe they go like, oh, I need to spend $100 at a time or 500 or whatever it is. Like, you literally could just buy a share a week. It's a lunch. Well, not even nowadays. Nowadays, lunch is like 2 shares, 2 or 3 shares is lunch. Now, actually, it's probably more like three shares. You could buy instead of going out to eat, you could buy 3 shares instead once a week. And by the end of a year, you got yourself over 150 shares. Right? So just think about it like that. Don't think in terms of like you need to buy specific dollar amounts or specific share amounts. Think of it more in terms of I'm averaging down my price as price changes on a daily basis, and I want to be able to reduce that as much as possible. So I'm going to buy along the way in smaller increments. Not a bad idea at all. And you can manage your weight by not eating. Win-win. Well, I was suggesting you make it at home or work or wherever it is, and instead of eating it out, so. But yeah, I'm not suggesting not eating a lunch. Don't do that to yourself. I do not condone that. But it is time to do numbers, guys. So let me take you over to the other page here, and we'll take a look and see what we got going on here. 2 AMC shares is less than 1 6-pack. There you go. 1 AMC share is probably less than a pack of cigarettes if you smoke. I would imagine. I assume that smoking now is more than $4.70 a share, a pack. Just guessing. I have no idea. I don't smoke, so it's got to be over that amount now, though. Remember, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Just because of the SEC, I'm going to do this, it's been a while since I've been doing two-factor authentication every hour on the hour, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to remind you guys again, two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Taking a look at off-exchange data as of right now, normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% in total between off-exchange and EDGX exchanges, where I would expect to be about 49% going through off-exchange and about 11 to 12% going through EDGX. As it stands right now, we're at 62.81% going through off-exchange, and EDGX is at 8.34. The difference is about 11.15% higher, meaning there's a ton of price suppression going on with the volume going through these exchanges, these off exchanges right now. There's a lot of suppression going on. So all this buying volume that we're seeing for the day-to-day is going through exchanges that don't allow for price improvement. Just remember that. This is part of the reason, and I have. There used to be a point in time where I used to express to you guys that it was important to try and direct your orders lit market, but part of that involves you having to be invested through like 3 specific brokers in order to do so. I think it's very dangerous for me to recommend specific brokers to you guys, so I stopped recommending that because I didn't want to go down that road. But just realize that there's not very many options for brokers out there who will direct route your orders. So that means that your price discovery is being hidden due to those shares being traded off exchange. So let's take a look at what we got going on here in regards to actually going back to that off exchange data. CHX volume is 4,200 for AMC. For GME, it's sitting at 354. Those numbers are low. According to Ortex, an hour ago there was well, hold on a second here. 1.18 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. That number is now showing up as 1.17, so a small decrease there. It's not really going to change much on the estimated short-term interest of the free float or the cost to borrow numbers. For those of you who are wondering what the shares on loan for the day-to-day is, it rose to 15.45 million shares. That's an increase by 230,000 shares in loaned shares. Ortex is estimating that about 80,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. And taking a look at options, I really despise the fact that they changed their options page here. It is so annoying now. I really want to send a message to Fidelity and be like, you guys suck. This options page is horrible. Fix it. Sorry, guys. It's my frustrations. I like it when things work, and then when they stop working, it's like, I am all a proponent for breaking stuff that works to try and make it better, but when it doesn't work better, you got to go back. Taking a look, everybody's like, you just need faster internet. It's your problem. This is partially true, probably. For the calls an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a $5 strike, and we had 12.4 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 18.4 thousand contracts. Now notice that the open interest for the day-to-day is at 3,600. Some of that may have been in closing of positions, but it could have only been about that volume that we're seeing so far for the day-to-day. But it's like maybe less than a third of it. So even if every single one of those open interest positions had closed out, it still wouldn't even come close to touching the amount of volume that we've seen at $5. So probably a lot of that is newly open positions. With newly open call positions happening at $5, that's going to bring a really good chance of bringing the max pain down to $5 going into tomorrow. But we're at 18.4 thousand contracts so far for the day-to-day for those calls. On the puts, the highest amount of volume for the day-to-day is also at a $5 strike. There was 4.3 thousand in volume earlier. It's now at 6.8. MMRI an hour ago was at 255.41. It's now 255.01. Not much of a change. A little bit down. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields, bond yields, was about 0.345% this morning when I checked it, which was a little bit up day over day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was on this list, and actually not too far from the bottom, but not. I mean, it was. What am I trying to say? It wasn't quite halfway, but it was closer to. It was darn near close to halfway up on this list here of most heavily traded stocks. Let's see if we're still on this list here. Yep, we still are. GME is not on the list. AMC has 87.57% buys to 12.43% sales. That is amazing. We are definitely buying the dip. For sure. For sure. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is at $4.54. Shares available to borrow is showing at 2.8 million shares. That is a drop from the 3.2 million that we saw earlier. Let me see if I wouldn't have gotten this data out here. So it looks like we're at, maybe I did get that data. 10 o'clock would have been 9 my time. Yeah, I think I did get this 100,000 right here. So we're looking at an additional 300,000 shares having been borrowed since an hour ago. That's going to put us at 2.7 million shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. The last 2 days we saw about 3.2 million, so we still got another 500,000 shares left to go to get to where we're at in the last 2 days. Fees are at 0.5%. NASDAQ is up 0.27. Dow Jones is up 0.07. The S&P 500 is up 0.12. We have 3,408 decliners to 2,348 advancers. The market's more advancing now than it was an hour ago. Oh, man, this pin. Let me look at my desk drawer here. I think I need to switch out pins. I have burned through 4 dry erase markers. And I don't know how long. I think I got this package. So I'm basically going through a dry erase marker once a quarter. All right, what color do I do next here? I finished off all the black. I have green. I think I've already done one. Yeah, I did one green one here. Let me actually see if these right. Hold on a second here. I think I went through one green one and one red one for Christmas. Yeah, that's dead. And
have any blue?
Yeah, I do. I should go blue, shouldn't I? Blue's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do blue. I take that back. I've gone through one dry erase marker every 2 months. Blue it is. I have purple, red, green, and blue left. I got 12 markers in total. I've finished half of them out. All right, we're on to a new marker. Blue, like blue balls. Not like the silver one I showed yesterday. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Jakob. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Have we had pepperoni yet? He didn't come back here.
He was in the live stream, but he did not come to the back of the Big Tramp. So he may be listening, but he did not come back here just yet. So I haven't surprised him. Yet. Out of the Magnificent 7, we currently have 4 out of the 7 in the green this morning, and all but one of them are over 1% up. Oops, wrong one. Big bank movers for the day today. A lot of these financial institutions are in the red, but not all of them. We are starting to see some of them flip around to the green side here. Anything plus or minus 2.5% more of a change today, I'm going to give a shout out to. FRC is up 27.27. Silvergate is down 2.94. And that's the biggest of the movers. Silver is down 0.53 and trending down. Gold is down 0.2 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 1.07 and breaking a consolidation period. Looks like it's moving or starting to trend down. And it does kind of sort of look like we may be forming a bit of a bullish triangle for Ethereum Classic right now. I'm going to just mark this out here real quick. We'll see what happens with that. We'll probably got, it looks like we got 1, 2, 3 tests. We may get one more test in here before a final breakout. The breakout period of time here looks to be perhaps in the later portion of today, potentially going upwards. The US dollar is down 0.17 for the day today, and it did fall back below 102.46, which is a strong level of support and resistance, now acting as a level of resistance. Oil is down 1.01 and is breaking its consolidation period into what appears to be maybe trending upwards. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.14 and consolidating. SPY is up 0.19 and starting to move into some consolidation. VIX is currently down 0.16 and does not look like it's breaking the trend down as of yet, so still trending down. VBR is down 0.07 and consolidating. VB is down 0.18, Consolidating, Tesla is down 0.66. Consolidating, Amazon is up 1.31 and trending up. Cinemark is up 0.73, trending up. Doge is down 1.49 and trending up. Bitcoin is up, or down rather, 1.34, trending up. GME is up 1.48, trending up. HYMC is down 10.04 and trending down. HYMC taking a hard trend down similarly to AMC today. NCMI is up 1.11 and trending up. HOOD is down 0.2, trending up. And AMC is down 4.98 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, about 1.5 million shares, or dollars rather, more outflow than inflow. 13.18 million shares traded so far for the day today after 111 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for about 46.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in after market already opened, because I forgot to look at the numbers this morning, that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, and we're obviously pacing much higher amount than that. The only way that 5 to 25 is going to be even close to right is if we see this volume die way down. Now, every single time in the past where we've seen volume spike up like this and price dropping is when we've seen AMC announce some kind of dilution. So, I mean, I'm really suspecting that that's going to be the case. We haven't seen it yet. So I'm not sure who's getting advance warning of the fact that that's happening so that they can drop the price, but us as retail investors, we're still not getting it yet. Gordon says, what's the off? I just happened to see it, Gordon. Normally I don't look at the number or what you guys are writing until a little bit later here, but let me check it real quick. Give me a second. Let me finish the rest of these numbers here and I'll look at it for you. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 18.43, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 18.56, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 19.49, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36, which is and a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 35.26, which is below average. If we were to pull up TTM squeeze here, I would suggest that we are seeing a reversal setting in here, and you can see that it's definitely starting to show signs of strength on a move back up. So we may have found a little bit of a bottom around 471 at this time. Now you asked about what are the off-exchange numbers for HYMC looking like. Let me pull that up real fast for you on the screen since I still got you here. Give me 1 second. Wow. That is monstrous. 72.39% of the volume for HYMC traded positions is going through off-exchange. EDGX sitting at 3.53%. When you add those two together, you're over 75%. 72.39 plus 3.53. We're at 75.92% of the volume being traded for HYMC going through exchanges that aren't going to help move price. 75.92. I mean, I've seen AMC over 80% before. It's not unheard of. But it's really high, though. That is so super high. I mean, look at the 30-day average on this in this bad boy here. 30-day average is like 59.69%, and they're doing 72.39 at this point. That's just crazy nutty. That's nutty, crazy, nutty, crazy, nutty. That's so much volume. It's crazy. I can't get past it. That's so much. The 30-day average for the EDGX is at 8.7. Actually, the options are really low in contrast to their 30-day average, which tells me somebody was probably expecting to see price move down on this, and they're holding their positions, waiting to see how much further it's going to go. Otherwise, you would see large quantities of volume still. There. Somebody's expecting it to go lower. And when I say somebody, I don't mean retail. To be very clear. Gordon, you're welcome. Ethan says, do I pay any attention to BAM, the investor? To be honest with you, Ethan, I've kind of stopped watching other YouTube videos altogether. And that probably started, I don't know, earlier last month. Not earlier last month. Earlier last year. Not earlier last year. It was earlier last month. It was the beginning portion of December, the end portion of last year, the beginning portion of the end month of last year. That's so hard to say. In the beginning portion of December, I stopped kind of watching a lot of other YouTube videos for AMC related stuff. I just don't. I don't know, man. My attention span's low. A lot of times the videos are really, really, really super long, and I need something that's short. Everybody's like, Casey, we've wanted you to make your videos way shorter too. I know, right? Like, who wants to sit through like a 9-hour stream? I don't blame you guys. I don't blame you at all. Like, I really honestly don't know what the hell you guys are doing here. I don't. This is for my own self gratification of documenting history here. You guys don't have to be here. Trust me. I still do this with or without you. One way or the other, I'm still going to be here doing this. So I don't blame you one bit for not, wanting to be here constantly. That makes sense to me. I get it.
You know why we're here, Casey?
Why is that, Rex?
Because the big tramp is comfy, man. You leave the heater on.
The disco balls always turn in.
Play some neat tunes. Exactly, man. That's why we're here, bro. Everything else is a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the company, right? Like, I get that. That's probably the more appealing thing than anything is the company that we keep, right? Like, that's, and I get that. I understand why that is. I don't think anybody goes. I don't think anybody goes back and watches my videos to just watch them. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you either experience it when it happens, or you don't watch it at all. I can't imagine.
I go back for clips. I go back for little snippets of conversations, but that's about it.
Yeah. Which I need to. What's that, Yucca?
What? No,
What'd
I was
you-
going to say I'm here for the underground tunnels you have. That's all I'm here for.
My underground tunnels?
Yeah. Under the tramp.
Yeah. We don't talk about the
Senegal.
underground tunnels.
Oh, well, they're finding. They just found underground tunnels over in New York City at that synagogue. So,
We don't talk about those, Yucca.
are we dying?
We don't talk about tunnels, Yucca.
Damn it.
Especially that one that we're digging underneath Citadel to try and get to their computer mainframe. We don't talk about any of those tunnels, Yucca, at all.
Damn it.
No.
You better start sweating, Kenny G. You better start sweating.
Yeah, you better
What
start
tunnel?
checking underground. You never know. You never
What
know.
tunnel?
Yeah, well, yeah. What tunnels? I have no idea what you're talking about. I saw the images coming out of New York with that when the police going in there and doing all it is that they were doing, and you know what my first thought process was. This is how warped I am as a human being. My first thought process was at what point like did somebody wonder like why do they keep coming out of there with dirty knees? Like there had to be some point at which somebody, said like, "Hey, look, that guy's coming out of the synagogue every day and his knees are dirty. It can't just be from praying on the ground or something. Like there's got to be something going on here. Why his knees are always dirty?" And I don't there had to have been a point of topic at some point. Like somebody had to have said, "Did you ever notice that every time somebody comes out of that synagogue, their knees are dirty?" Or their pants or whatever. They had to have said that at some point.
You know,
That's
if they're still open, man, we can set up a dry cleaning next door and make some money.
Oh man. Parrot says 2 years, 8 hours a day, no t-shirt, even a dirty used shirt would show appreciation. Oh, he also said, I think he said something about a time card here. Hold on, where is it at? I could have sworn. Oh, I keep turning in time cards 9 hours a day, but I never get a check. Well, you keep checking, don't you? You keep checking for a check. That's your check. I don't do shirts. I can't do an exchange of anything. I can't do that. It'd be fun if I could, but I can't. I did do a Christmas ornament that I sent out. I think it was my first December that I was live streaming, and I actually have like a few of those left over that I handcrafted, made from the beer bottle caps of the beers that I was drinking at the end of the day for the toast. Which I don't know if anybody's still got their ornament or not, but I have a list somewhere of who got them. And it was funny because there was a group of individuals who, many of the individuals were overseas. I had no idea how much it cost to mail a bottle cap ornament to some place like Europe. Holy crap. I had no idea. I had to fill out a customs sheet for all of those that went overseas, and it was so annoying. That was probably the most annoying part of it all. Like, I don't understand, like, why it was a bottle cap. I'm like, it's a bottle cap. There is no customs letter that you have to fill out for a letter that you write somebody in Europe. Why in the world, when you include a little bottle cap in the thing, do you have to put a customs sheet on there? It makes no sense. That was kind of frustrating.
It's just not made out of drugs.
It was a bottle cap. I mean, with a piece of ribbon through it. It was nothing. I mean, it was cool, but it was, there was no value to it other than perceived potential future value, maybe. But that was about it.
Yeah. You guys,
the weirder it looks, the more they're going to investigate.
Probably, I don't know.
do you have posters posted on like posts, light posts, that say diabetic strips for sale?
Diabetic what? Strips?
Strips. Yeah.
Why would diabetics
Like
be stripping?
No, like diabetic strips.
Gotta pay that healthcare premium
Yeah,
somehow.
strips. Like here in the valley, I see these posters, obviously handwritten. Somebody's selling these diabetic strips. And I wonder how much money they're making.
I have not seen any advertisements for that,
Ah.
but now that you've
I'm sure
mentioned it,
that's illegal.
I'm gonna keep my eyes open.
Used to see those back in the desert, Yucca, all the time,
Oh, yeah.
like towards Coachella Valley for sure.
Yeah, that's weird. And then the
Like
other thing, I'm here at Dunkin' Donuts. Anybody need anything?
I will have a old fashioned and a blueberry
Let me try to pay with
and a
Pirate
blueberry, please.
A blueberry what? Waffle?
No, gross. Ugh.
Really?
I want a blueberry donut.
Muffin?
Donut.
They don't have blueberry donuts.
What? Yes, they do. You lie. You're full of it. You're lying.
Do
There's no way.
you guys
they
want to
don't.
hear me order or no?
Yeah, let's hear it.
They got blueberry bagels.
I want
Right.
that sourdough breakfast sandwich. It's the best.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Let me mute this for a second, and if you want to hear me.
It's up to you.
No.
We don't mind. We don't mind knowing what you order.
No. Let me mute it for a second.
Okay.
Hey there. JJ, I want to ask you if you know about that plane.
About the plane? So he won't take my sourdough breakfast sandwich order?
Yeah, but he wants to know about the plane. The plane.
The plane.
I'll just order you a pizza that's uncut. Figure it out yourself.
Nice.
I want to comment real quick on what Ethan said back here. He said, my other thought, too, is what's stopping this company from doing a share buyback right now. Wouldn't that make a lot of sense? It would, except for the fact that I'll bet you that if they can't offer a share dividend, then there's probably no way they could do a share buyback as well. Plus, we kind of looked into it a little bit, too, the other day, and it would be considered a little bit of market manipulation if they were to be doing share distributions like they have been and then just suddenly doing a share buyback. That's a little bit probably a no-no.
Yeah, that sounds like a big no-no to me. Like we were talking about, like you guys were talking about earlier, I was chiming in about why our company hasn't gone bankrupt yet, and if the hedgies have so much power, why haven't they done this so far? People forget these guys, they're stuck in a short selling contract. They can't get out. That's why. Like they bet the farm on this, and they're losing.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot leave a contract like without, I don't know, putting something else up as collateral, whether it be their yachts, their homes, their entire living lifestyle. Like they signed the paperwork, and now here we are 3-4 years, all going on 4 years later, and they can't do anything about it. Because if they violate those contracts, that's jail time. Plus losing everything.
Tendy says, I see no Ethan. It was a little bit up a ways. I don't know. Maybe you haven't blocked. I don't know.
I see Ethan.
It's possible that you haven't blocked, and since you do have... what the heck? How is that possible? Hold on a second here. How? Tendies, have you never had a wrench? How is this not possible? Well, anyways, I was gonna say, since you have a wrench, you may have blocked being able to see him, and then you know that would be permanent. So, but since you don't have a wrench, yes, Thor bladed. It's not an all-time low. Some people are gonna call it an all-time low because of the reverse split. But the actual price has been lower than this before. And that's actually going to show up if you look at if you go to the daily. On the chart here, it will show up as an all-time low on the daily because that the reverse split is calculated on. Actually, we have to go to weekly. The reverse split is calculated based off of a reverse split and conversion value, so it shows up as an all-time low. Yes, at 471.
Look at that vortex indicator, though.
On the weekly?
Yeah. Well, even on the daily, like, you know they're hunting.
Well, interestingly, the vortex indicator and the TTM squeeze do not show the same sentiment. The TTM squeeze on a weekly for AMC is actually showing bullish momentum coming, whereas the vortex indicator is saying that there's no buying pressure coming in, even though that the downwards momentum pressure is being is losing here. Part of the reason might be for the fact that these numbers started pinching in towards each other, starting back on the beginning of December. That could have been the you can see that where those numbers or where this indicator started to pinch in on itself. That is where TTM squeeze started showing the reversal incoming. So we may see a temporary downwards momentum and buying pressure, but this might hook back the other direction here momentarily. It may just be like a momentary kind of move this direction. I'm sure if we were to go back in the past and I'm sure we could find another situation where something similar like that may have happened. Kind of like
back when we were barcoding straight for 2 weeks.
This might be hold on a second here. This might be kind of it's not really a great example of it, but here's one right here. You can see that there was a spike, and then they came together, and then they went further apart, and then they finally did break apart here back in August of 2022. Yeah. But even on the weekly, RSI is at 27.75, which is incredibly low for a weekly. It has been lower in contrast back here in March of 2020, around the time when COVID hit. It looked like it went down to as low as 2238.
Yeah, that oversold dip.
If you were to draw a line across at where RSI was at and where it went to on our, say, for example, our June run, RSI at leading into the June run was really sitting around like 55.68 and then went up to a height of 89.66. If we were to suddenly have a reversal and see price movement upwards in contrast, we're much, much lower at a starting point for a run-up, meaning that this has a lot more room to run currently than it did back in here, or even in previous to the January run-up. RSI was only as low as 37.88, and then reaching a height of around 78.16. So the potential possibility for a springing movement in price here is pretty high, as it's certainly signaling oversold. Let's see here. Some of y'all are saying whip it out. All right, let me get my camera real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, no, wait, I got my camera right here. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Put my headset up here real fast. Hold on. This is the coolest
Did somebody order a sourdough sandwich?
That's me. This is sourdough breakfast sandwich.
That's ready. Has that ever happened to you, Peyton? Like
What's that?
things flying off the plane, like doors opening or windows flying off?
No.
No.
Very uncommon.
No.
What about passengers diving for the door, trying to open it mid-flight?
Yeah.
Nope. Never had it.
You ever had anybody not come out of the restroom?
I've had lots of people in the restroom.
Did you have an angry woman yelling that people aren't real?
In the concourse, yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Why did I swear I had this titled something different here. My growers and showers page isn't showing the same. It just says growers
that
now.
was really odd, that door. Yeah, and the other thing, too, is when the plane's airborne, I mean, the reason that door did what it did, you know, people say, yeah, they tried to open the door. It's impossible. Once the plane's pressurized,
yeah,
I don't care if you're the Hulk. You could pull on that handle, the door's not going to open. It's pressurized. It can't. All the doors always come in to go out. It's a plug, and you can't. So the door has to go sideways even to go out. You know, you see those. Now in the 73800, the overwing, they have an electronic thing where it's got a hinge on the top and it opens up, but the electronic is disabled when the airplane is off the ground.
Yeah, because even then, that pressure's got to go somewheres.
Right. But you can't, like, when you see the big handles, you know, on the Boeing planes, well, on the Airbus planes too.
Yeah.
The big handles when you walk in, you can move that all you want. The door's not going to open once it's pressurized.
Yeah, because that's supposed to be for things like, you know, after you've made the emergency landing or after you've made the landing itself and people need to get out or have that extra
Yeah,
doorway.
there was a famous wreck, or crash, I should say. I can't remember what foreign carrier or where it happened, but basically the plane didn't pressurize. There's a door on the back right of just about every airplane ever made, and that's what it functions going open and closed to monitor the pressurization. And if that door stays closed when you're on the ground, then the plane will depressurize, and that's what happened. The plane was on fire. There was smoke in the cabin, and when they got on the ground, it didn't depressurize for some, I can't remember what the reason was, and everyone died because they couldn't get the plane open. Yeah, so.
Wasn't there another one like that? I want to say, I think there was a movie made about this one. It was like, I want to say in the 50s, like the entire cylindrical cabin of the plane is just gone mid-flight.
Well, not too long ago, Hawaiian Air lost the top on that one airplane.
They didn't lose their top. They lost, like, I mean, it was crazy how much they lost.
Yeah, I can't remember how many frames behind there. You know, that came off.
Like a convertible?
Yeah.
For like
exactly like a convertible.
Yeah.
So like
it was a pretty good chunk.
Like I wonder if that's the one I posted earlier, like this week, on the bubble. Is that from?
All right, here we go, guys. You wanted
I want to say it was Hawaiian Air.
You wanted to see my growers. You wanted to see my growers, and here it is.
Growers.
Look at isn't that cute? Look at look right here. I got little growers right there. I'm guessing I'm guessing. Yeah, I got the little, and then there's some that are popping out right here and right
Very
here.
feminine.
Yeah, they're growing. I got some growers behind this sign right here. Right here, there's actually another one that looks just like this one right here. That looks just like, and I took the top off of it because I think once they pop through, you're supposed to take the top off. But yeah, man, they're growing. I'm guessing that the this is probably rosemary right here. This one is probably rosemary. I think because the rosemary has the highest height, and I think the germination is probably the shortest period of time, was 14 days. My mom's been gone for almost 2 weeks. So the interesting thing is I think that these three with X's on them were supposed to be those ones, and this front one doesn't have anything growing yet, and I'm scared. He might die. Hello?
Yeah, we're here. Why are you saying hello?
Yeah, I answered my phone.
Hey, buddy.
I answered my phone because I had a phone call. It was just an automated phone call.
Who was it? Was it somebody calling from hell?
It was automated. I have no idea who it was. I hung up on it. It said hello
You're
twice.
likely.
I say hello
Hell.
once. I say hello
instead-
once, and if it keeps saying hello, I just hang up on it. Actually, it usually hangs up on me.
Oh. Hello. Hello.
Scam callers.
Don't hang up.
Yeah.
I like messing with them when I have the time. Like when they come up with me some American name, like, hello, this is Kevin. I'm like, you're not Kevin.
Petra says,
It's
"Did
easy to mess with them.
Petra's thinking it's
do the
my
same
extended
thing.
warranty."
I love the one when they're asking me about trying to join their Medicare Part D for anybody between 65 and 80. And then they ask me how old I am. Like, oh, you missed me. I turned 81 yesterday.
I think it might have been Tater Tot trying to reach out.
Whenever they call me and they say, "Are you the homeowner?" I always say, "No, I don't own my home." And then they hang up right away. They're like, they don't want to talk to me.
Or like I said, the vehicle's extended warranty about the vehicle. You're like, well, that's impossible. That's not possible. I don't have a vehicle. I have a horse.
That's right. Like, just screw with them. Yeah, I don't own a vehicle. I'm only 17. Click.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. My wife used to get she gets them like daily, multiple times throughout the day, and she just hands the phone to our son, and which, by the way, it's his birthday today. He's one more year older. You guys are going like, well, how old is he then? Let's see, how old is he? 110. So he's 14 years old. Holy crap, he's 14 now. Dang, that's crazy. 14 years old today.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be in the bathroom for a long time now.
No, that already started.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So it's funny because I actually hadn't noticed, and his mom said, this is embarrassing. I probably shouldn't say this. His mom said, "You need to stop taking such long showers." I was like, oh, okay. But he did have, I think it was last year for Christmas, he asked for a waterproof case for his phone for the shower. I ended up taking it away from him. I was like, the showers were taking way too long. I was like, no. We're not having none of that. So
What is you should have asked him, what are you doing in there? Going snorkeling? Is that why you need that? Oh my God.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Or plug greens.
Attendees, you're welcome. I guess it doesn't. It sounds a little angry that it took you that long, but you're welcome. I put my cell phone to the receiver playing in the KC show. I guess that works. Jabibs, how's it going?
Have you ever had to replace the water head, from the shower, that one that removes with the hose?
Yes, I feel like this is like
I don't know
I
how.
feel like you're capturing me here in a trick question.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like why is it breaking? Is somebody dropping it at a moment's time that
Are
they
they
can
are
hold?
they are they adjusting it? Do you have people who are like different
Yeah.
heights? Do you have people who are different heights in
Or
your family?
no,
And so they keep moving it
no.
around and adjusting it?
Or are they using it and there's a moment where they have a seizure and they drop it?
Oh, it's one of those
Um,
ones where it's where it detaches and it's got
yeah,
you got the extension
yeah,
whatever you call it, hose, extension hose on there.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yeah. That's what I
you know what's
remember.
going on.
Yep. I like to not say anything, but I'm like, how did you break it? I don't know. It just fell. Oh, really?
Well, there's an easy way to fix that problem.
Yeah, and then just don't have one of those.
Yeah,
So then
exactly. Just
they'll be
don't
in a
have
bad
one of those.
mood.
Yeah.
They'll be in a bad mood.
Oh man, what is going on with this channel? It's downhill. We're going downhill quick. Pull up, as Parrot says.
Yeah.
Pull up, pull up.
Hayden left. The pilot left. He
Yeah, I know.
jumped ship.
He's like, you got him talking about the doors, and he's like, that can't happen. I'm out of here. We need Pepperoni to show back up here so we can show him our newfound discovery, or find out if our discovery is correct. Oh my gosh.
When we make that discovery, Casey, we should have a poll to see if Chad agrees with us or not.
With pepperoni? Yeah, we could do that. Maybe I can send him maybe I'll send him a DM here and say like, hey, I need you to get on. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I gotta send him a DM real fast. It's not gonna be fast though. It's gonna take me a hot minute to find it. There's probably a much easier way to look this up. There he is. All right, I sent him a message. We'll see if he pops his head in here or not. We must have had a significant enough of the options on the put options closing out their positions, because we are seeing a bit of a price rise back up here to $4.88. We're only down 3.29% or 2.98% as it stands right now. Tendy says, you blew me and we bounced. I told you I was going to whip it out. So, good times. We are certainly getting some low volume. I feel like it's somewhat lower volume compared to what we were at before in regards to volume movement on this move upwards, which is never all that great of a thing, but you know, whatever, as long as price is moving upwards, it's good. I like that. I did repost a couple different things on Twitter earlier this morning, and as I was just, I think on break, that I felt like I wanted to kind of play for you guys because I felt they were important. First off is Donkey Kong throwing up the most helpful of all helpful tweets this morning. And I said, yes, a list worth noting. To those whom doubt we are making progress, the trophies only continue to stack. And then, of course, it says AMC Apes down here, Citadel, and he says, so what did you want to talk about? And then on the board here, you've got Tiger Global, AC3, Tiborn, Mudrick, Anchorage, Melvin, Archegos, Graticule Asia, Credit Suisse, O'Day Asset Management, and Jim Chanos's, and I think that's the one that I was trying to reference earlier this morning. I think I even did say Jim Chanos, but I couldn't remember the name of the of his hedge fund. But yeah, Jim Chanos shutting down his hedge fund at the end of this last year, and which was just a month ago. So all these things have, we've got our trophies on the page here, and if you haven't been paying attention as we've been going along, we've been making progress. It's slow progress. We've been making progress against a lot of these financial institutions, and we've been seeing things happen that shouldn't happen. Also, we got Senator John Kennedy putting in a little bit of a comment about our banking system here in the U.S. Who would have thought in a million years that you would hear him say this? I'm going to mute myself in the back of the big tramp here in just a second, guys, for just a hot minute, because I got to play this, and I don't want it to blow everybody's eardrums when I do this. I'll be right back. Let's turn this up a little bit.
How I feel about it. I just know the world is different now with technology and the way we can communicate so quickly. And banks exist on the basis of trust. They're really just, don't take this the wrong way, sophisticated Ponzi schemes. And they work when everybody trusts each other, and you get on that iPhone and start sending text messages, and you have the herd panic and stampede. Anybody can go broke. The speed of transmission is completely different. It's breathtaking.
So yeah, basically talking about communication, how fast it is, and that banks are basically a Ponzi scheme, an advanced Ponzi scheme, and because communication's so fast nowadays, it doesn't take much for news to travel and banks to start getting absolutely slaughtered. And then one of the last things that I posted up here, and I've mentioned this to you guys on many occasions, and I thought it was really kind of cool that all I did was post the article, and Jay Apes came in here and said, as said before, when chip maker companies start to trend down, watch out for global economic repercussions. And I responded back saying somebody's been paying attention, and sure enough, we've got TSMC, which is definitely one of the larger chip makers in the world. TSMC posts flat Q4 revenue but beats expectations. But the important part to read out of this here is this very last, I think it was where's the comment at here? Did they change it? Oh, no, here. Wait, is this it? Here we go. For December alone, TSMC reported that the revenue fell 8.4% year on year to the $176.3 billion, which was down 14.4% compared with the previous months. Oh no, just previous month. So they're seeing, and I'm going to tell you guys this right now. There is always a downswing in December for the semiconductor industry. So I'm not surprised to see that happening, and you're probably wondering why that is. Let me tell you. Chip makers are making the chips in advance to go into products that are going to be sold for Christmas. So most of the production is done in the third quarter, and maybe the beginning portion of the fourth quarter. Those are the last shipments that are probably going to go through for chips that are going to be going into products. So unless these companies have pre-orders that are sent up for mass production and that need to be delivered by a certain point in time, then their production requests start to diminish, usually around December, sometimes November, as early as November, but November, December is kind of that time frame. And they typically start doing their layoffs come March and April are probably the two biggest periods of time. So we may be getting news It could be as early as February. Every once in a while, depending on how bad it is, the downturn, you could see the layoffs as early as February, but usually it's March and April. And the reason I say this is because I've had over 20 years of experience of going through the cycles, and I know when the cycles hit. I know when people get laid off typically, and so when you've seen it before, you know what the process is, and you know what to watch out for. But if their December numbers are low, that's not to be unexpected, but it is something to note that if they continue to stay low, that's going to probably become an issue in the grand scheme of maybe like a market slowdown in the world of buying. So yeah, just throwing that out there. I did mention on several occasions in the past that would be one of the first places that you would see layoffs starting. When you see layoffs hitting that industry or that sector, watch out for everything else that comes after. Yeah, Trending Up says, quote, sophisticated Ponzi scheme. That was his direct quote. That is correct. Let me turn my volume down so I can go back to the back of the big trap. Okay, I'm unmuted now. Captain Awesome, good morning to you. Rex, I don't think I said it earlier, but good morning.
Welcome back.
Good to be back, I guess, kind of, sort of. It's time for numbers.
Good morning, bud.
Numbers time.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's go.
I'll take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns for me until you see that. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 61%. Is that right? No, I skipped to 62 now. 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we got about 60.68% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 8.69%. The total on that 69.37%, or about 7.37% higher than it should be by this time of the day. Just give me 1 second. I feel like a major burp coming on here, and I can't. It doesn't want to come out. I thought maybe if I leaned back in my chair, it would pop and pop the bubble. Oh, I feel it coming. There it is. It was a little tiny one. CHX volume for AMC for the day is at 6,022 shares. That's not very much. GME CHX volume is 354, also not very much. Shares having been borrowed for the day an hour ago, it was 1.17 million shares. That's not changed at all in the last hour. That leaves our estimated short share interest of the free float at 8.2%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.04, average is 1.08, and the max is at 1.3. The shares on loan for the day today is at 15.45 million shares. That's approximately 230,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex has estimated about 80,000 of that was in new short interest. And let's take a look at options now. Highest amount of volume an hour ago was at a $5 strike for the calls. At that $5 strike, there was 18.4 thousand contracts in volume so far for the day today. Let's wait for this to upload, and then we will find out what it is now. $18.4 an hour ago. Happy birthday, Seth. Happy birthday. Woo! He stayed home from school for his birthday. What you get? Are you getting your waffle? Nice. Hey,
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
your mom said don't eat after 1. Once it gets to 1 o'clock, don't eat anymore because we're gonna go out tonight. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's see here. Taking a look at call options. Highest amount of volume was 18.4 thousand contracts at a $5 strike. It's now 19.8 thousand contracts. On puts, man, I should have asked you, what's your favorite song, Seth? I should have asked you what your favorite song was for your birthday. Oh, wait, hold on a second. That's pepperoni! Wait, is he in here? He's in here. Pepperoni. Hold on a second. Hold on, Pepperoni. Give me 2 minutes. I got to finish these numbers real quick, okay? Okay? Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, okay.
All right, highest amount of puts is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, it was $5 with 6.8 thousand contracts in volume for the day. It's now 8.1 thousand contracts at 4.5. That would be probably part of the reason why we're seeing some of this. If that's closing of positions that were at 4.5, that's a very strong reason why we would potentially be seeing price moving upwards. Market suggesting a closing price between $4.5 and $5 by the end of the day today. MMRI is at 255.39. Which, shoot, I just had it written. It was 255.01 an hour ago, so it's just up a little bit right now. Ooh, this pen writes so much nicer. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yield earlier this morning was 0.345, which is a little bit higher than what it was yesterday at 0.343. AMC has been on the orders most heavily traded stocks by Fidelity, and it's been a little bit less than midway on this list. We're still on the list here with an 86.14% buy to 13.86% sell ratio. Looking really, really strong. Shareholders are definitely buying the dip on this. Big time. Big time purchases. SSR, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it's the ratio is big. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.54 for tripping price on SSR. Shares available to borrow is at 2.8 million shares. That has not changed in the last hour. Fees are sitting at 0.5%. I'm noticing right here that one of the numbers was not reported, which usually means shares were all borrowed at some point or another, I believe. But I don't see that being the case. I'm not sure what to make of that exactly. But so far for the day today, we've seen about 2.7 million shares borrowed, which is about 500,000 shares less than what we've seen over the last 2 days. Currently, we have 3,209 decliners to 2,595 advancers. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago, with the NASDAQ being up 0.41, Dow Jones up 0.11, and the S&P 500 up 0.23. Amazon is actually, I'm not going to read all 7 of these, but 5 out of the 7 of the Magnificent 7 are in the green. Most of them up over 1%, all but one actually. Big bank movers or financial institutions for the day today. I'm just going to read them if they're up or plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change. We've got FRC up 27.27, Silvergate down 2.94. And that might be the end. We've got a lot of red banks for the day today. Lots and lots of red banks, but nothing else worth mentioning. Silver is down 0.13, but starting to trend back up. Gold is down 0.13, trending back up after it was trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 0.6 and is currently trending up. The US dollar is down 0.14 and did try to break past 102.46, but managed to stay below it. Oil is down. What is it doing though? It's kind of consolidating a little bit right now. Oil is down 1.01% and is on a slight uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.02 to 0.08 and trending down. SPY is up 0.25 and consolidating. VIX is up 0.39 and is starting to trend up after its downtrend from earlier this morning. VBR is breaking even right now and trending up. VB is down 0.01 and slightly trending up. Tesla is down 0.52 and breaking a downtrend and looks like moving either into consolidation or maybe an uptrend. Amazon is up 1.55 and trending up. Cinemark is up 0.99 trending up. Doge is down 1.54 trending up. Bitcoin is down 1% trending up. GME is up 2.87 and trending up, as well as AMC. They look, in terms of how they're looking on the Bollinger Band, looking kind of similar. It's such a weird word. Similar. HYMC is down 6.13 and trending down. NCMI is up 0.33 and trending down after a trend up earlier this morning. Hood is up 0.61 trending up. And AMC is down 2.97 and trending up after breaking the downtrend it was in earlier this morning. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, approximately about $500,000 more outflow than inflow. 15.66 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 167 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 36.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. 5 to 25 is what I would have suggested had I gotten a prediction out to you guys earlier this morning, and it's looking like it might be a little bit of a low prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.06, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.87, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.38, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.77, which is above average. And with that, Pepperoni, welcome back to the back of the Big Tramp, man. We got we got something we got to ask you. Have you been listening lately to the live stream?
Oh, yes, I have.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Did you hear the part where somebody was suggesting that you sounded like a movie character?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right.
No, I haven't.
Hold on one second. Hold on. Hold on one second. We're not going to... We want you to do something for us. Hold on one second here. Give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm going to send you a private message on Discord, okay? And what I want you to do is I want you to read it as animated as you possibly can. Okay? Does that sound good?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, all right, hold on a second here. I'm sending it to you right now. And then that last portion of it, before you read it off, extend it out like you're just kind of like just make it long, like make that last word long, and then we're gonna rate and see if what was said is true or not true. Just try to read it like you're excited.
Like I'm excited.
Like you're, yeah. Read it like you're excited, and then that last word, just kind of extend it for a while.
Okay. So, how's y'all gonna pay for all this? Yeah. Was like that?
You didn't extend that last word. Extend the last word, like make it draw it out, like you're breathy. Like try it again.
Okay. So, how's y'all gonna pay for all this?
Like,
but
make it go like that, like at the end. Make it try that.
But because
Yeah, try that.
So should I go with all the steps? Yep.
Yeah, everything else is the same, but just make the A long.
How's you gonna pay for all this? Hey.
Yep, it sounds
like this.
Sounds like a Muppet.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like the guy that everybody's saying that you sound like. Did you ever watch Star Wars before? Have you ever seen the movie?
No, I'm the only person alive that hasn't watched Star Wars except for Mandalorian.
No.
I'm
You don't
sorry, guys.
understand. I have actually ran across lots and lots of people who have not seen Star Wars. It floors me. I feel like there's been some kind of like weird paradigm shift where there's like a ton of people that just never have seen Star Wars all of a sudden. And I don't know what kind of universe this is that I live in anymore, but believe it or not, you're actually not, you're not, that's actually a really good poll to put up. I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to poll everybody to find out whether or not Yucca is right.
I sound like Darth Vader.
No. They don't, they're not saying Darth, they're not saying Darth Vader. They're saying you sound like this other guy that was Darth Vader's owner before when he was a kid. When he was Anakin Skywalker, there was a guy who owned Anakin Skywalker, and his name is Watto in the movie. Nobody ever really knew what his name was. It's just that's what his name happened to be. But a lot of people were thinking that there was a chance that you might sound like him a little bit. I don't agree. I've heard you read what it is you had to read, and I don't see it. I'm not seeing it right now.
Oh,
You sound just like him.
Do I do. Well, I'm going to look for him on YouTube and see how he talks.
You know what? I can play a clip if you want. Do you want me to play a clip of him talking? Actually, where the heck is censored content?
I cannot use my phone to have live streaming and
No.
the Discord on. So if I can hear it, but it's okay.
No. But censored content. If he was in here, he could play it for you because he actually has some clips of the guy. We just got to get censored content to get his butt in here. Wake up and get in here. Hold on a second here. Have you seen Star Wars? I'm gonna put 4 through 6, which is the original. You guys are gonna be absolutely shocked. I think at the on this poll here. Let me see here. Probably dating myself here by putting in. I think they do this in new. I think sci-fi is written differently now, and I'm not sure if I'm dating myself anymore on this, but I'm giving you a third option on this just because. Well, you guys are gonna be. I think. I don't know. Maybe I attract people to the stream who are sci-fi junkies. So we might find that this poll's not going to be accurate compared to what it is that I've seen. But in my lifetime, I have run across so many people that have not even seen the original Star Wars movies, and it shocks the hell out of me. I just find it so weird that people have not seen it. Bob says he did not sound like him to me. He sounds more like the chef from the Muppets. No, he doesn't sound like the chef from the Muppets either. The chef from the Muppets is like yeah, like no, that's not even the same. They're different.
You sound just like him, Pepperoni. Not the Muppet, like the other guy.
Yeah, if we can get censored content in here.
I just wanted to add since the year began.
Listen to that.
Play.
All right, hold on a second. I will play it. Hold on one second. Dang it. Here it comes. Let me make sure I just get just his. Here we go.
How's the nigga gonna pay for all of this?
I have 20,000 Republic dactaries.
Republic credits? Republic credits are no good out here. I need something more real.
I don't have anything else, but credits will do fine.
No, they won't.
Credits will do fine.
No, they won't. What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that?
Yeah, see, you don't have enough of a gruffness in your voice to, you know.
Not nice. What are you saying?
No. I said gruffness. That has nothing
Are
to do
you
with
saying
manliness. If that's the case, then
puberty?
you're basically calling me like the wimpiest of all wimpy people in the whole wide world, because I know there's like zero gruffiness in my voice whatsoever. So thanks a lot, Yucca, for labeling me.
I would like to thank you for making me feel like I'm going to hit puberty. Thank you, Yaka. I wish I still had 16 years.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Yucca.
It seems you guys are from the same town. I mean, what is that?
That's exactly what he's saying, Pepperoni. He's saying it sounds like a grown-up version of you. That's exactly what he just said. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
I told you I cannot hear it if I have both. Now let me.
All right, I'll play it again.
he left.
No, he had to leave so he could.
The guy.
No. He had to leave so he could hear it. So I'm gonna play it again real quick just so that he can hear it. Hold on 1 second. He wants to hear it. Don't say anything because it'll blow people's speakers out, please.
How's the nigga gonna pay for all of this?
I have 20,000 Republic dactaries.
Republic credits? Republic credits are no good out here. I need something more real.
I don't have anything else, but credits will do fine.
No, they won't.
Credits will do fine.
No, they won't. What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Toydarian. My tricks don't work on me. Only money. No money, no parts, no deal.
I'm not seeing it. Just not seeing it. I think that character just sounds like somebody who has to take a dump. That's what it reminds me of.
Or maybe like 70-year-old smoker.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, or a smoker who just maybe he's got a little constipation going on. maybe I don't know. Guessing.
Who smokes? Nana, do you smoke? Can you get in here?
Surter. I'm laughing at your name because we literally got done talking about the chef from the Muppets, and Surter Erdem literally sounds like something that he would say. Surter, I can't do it. Surter Erdem. Surter Erdem. Hi, chef. From which side do you observe everything? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but I'll tell you. I'm neither an optimist or a pessimist. I'm a realist. I see things for what they are. And I'll tell you what, if you see me as an optimist, then that probably means that you're a pessimist. If you see me as a pessimist, then you probably means you're an optimist. So, because I've had that happen on quite a few occasions where people will come up and be like, why are you so pessimistic? And I'll be like, that's really funny because the pessimists over there are calling me an optimist. So I'm telling you guys right now, it depends on how you see me. You can tell what you are.
What do you mean? Why are you reflecting?
I'm just saying what Surter Erdem was asking me, how I observe everything. Pirate says the best clip is the maybe I bet on you. I still don't know if the Surtur Erdem is meant to be a joke or not. I'm sorry, Surtur, if you're brand new to the channel, I apologize. It so happens that we were talking about the French cook on Muppets and Surtur Erdem. Surtur Erdem. Make a order. Oh man. Surtur Erdem is the third eye. Steven Skinner says, Casey, I figured you was an engineer. Optimist glass half full, pessimist glass half empty. Engineer, who the hell made the glass too damn big? It's so true. I might break out a ruler and measure it out and see like, well, it's exactly halfway. Oh, I said French. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Swedish cook. Sorry. My bad. My bad. Sorry. My goodness. Swedish cook. Next thing you know, you tell you tell me they all sound the same. No, they don't. Nothing even alike.
The Swedish meatball.
Have you ever where is IKEA from? That's not Swedish, is it? What's IKEA? It's
Yeah.
is it
Swedish.
Is it Swedish? Because they have the meatballs, but I thought it was Norwegian or something like that, or I don't know.
It's from China.
No. Where is it? Hold on a second here.
But it seems like everything's Chinese, though. It says made in China.
It is Sweden.
Sweden, but
it's right out of Sweden. All right. So, have you ever had the Swedish meatballs at IKEA before?
I got lost at IKEA.
And do you think that it really gets served with cranberries all the time like that? Or is that like just something like an American twist that they put on it? And are Swedish fish really made in Sweden? Those are like all questions I have.
I have a friend that's from Sweden. He's here right now.
We buy everything from China.
You see?
This says right here, the Swedish version is still made by Malaco in Malmo, Sweden. I'll be damned. Wait, who did you say you brought with you? Yucca?
I'm sorry, what?
Who did you say you brought with you?
Oh, no. I have a friend that stopped by. He's from Sweden.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's still here. Hold on a minute. Yeah, he's still here. So he said he buys everything from China.
Okay.
He doesn't own IKEA. But
Is this where this turns into a Danny joke?
Danny's not even here.
Yeah, he's not here.
No. He's not at my office. Danny, I don't know where he's at. It's all right, though. But it did sound like pepperoni, whether you like it or not.
Oh, son of a bitch. Diamond says ETF list on Fidelity HODL. Dude, that's actually one of the new that's one of the new ETFs for Bitcoin. It's already on the list. Hold on a second here. Hold up. We got to check this out. Yep, there it is.
God damn it.
There it is right there. It has no data yet, though. There is no data showing up. But you're not wrong, though.
No, it's not.
HODL is supposed to be the Bitcoin ETF for Vanek. I don't believe it's for Fidelity. It's actually for somebody else. But that is one of the. I thought it was really interesting. I was looking at some of the different ETF names that they had proposed, and that one definitely stuck out in my mind. when I saw it. I was like, really? Seriously? HODL? I was like, damn, that's crazy. Pepperoni, take care, my friend. There's more than one, Chris. Give me 1 second here, and I saw a list earlier this morning. I didn't retweet it because the profile that tweeted it out was one that I don't support, but it showed up on my live feed, and so I saw all the names, and I had to read it, of course. But let me scroll through my list here and see if I can't find it again. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to look it up myself. Oh, here it is. I just stumbled across it. I stumbled across it. Here is the list. I don't want to give this person any credit because I just don't. So there it is. There's a list of the different tickers that are being offered for the Bitcoin ETFs. There's looks like Fidelity's is actually going to be FBTC. It was Vinex that's HODL. We've got Wisdom Tree, Grayscale, BlackRock, Inversco, Franklin, Valkyrie, Fidelity, Vanek, Bitwise, and ARK. Those are the, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 10. 10 different ETFs listed right there. I think my writing's gotten a little bit better over the last 3 years writing on here. It's a little crooked, and it's definitely has something left to be desired, but it's gotten a little bit better. I've had time to practice. CPR saying we should have copyrighted HODL, damn it. Well, we got Ape. At least we got to Ape. Look at this, guys. Have you seen Star Wars 4 through 6, the original movies? 64% saying yes, 30% no, 6% saying I don't like sci-fi, which, by the way, doesn't even mean whether or not, that doesn't even say that whether they watched it or not. It just is basically saying that they just don't, like, maybe they saw it, but they just don't even care for sci-fi that much. Isn't that crazy? 30% of the people we've had almost 100 voters. That means almost 30 people have not seen here in the live stream. That's 10% of you. 10% of, well, it's 30% of the total amount of people voted, but 10% of the people who are currently sitting here in this channel watching have not seen Star Wars. What? How is that even possible that you can be alive and breathing and not have seen that movie? It makes no sense to me. I started learning about this probably within the last 15 years or so, about this phenomenon of people who had not seen Star Wars at all, period. And it is absolutely shocking to me. I feel whenever I talk about Mandela effects, that right there alone almost confirms to me that there is some kind of alternate universe going on, or parallel universe that we live in, because I can't imagine not a single person. I would accept 3%. I would accept 3% of the population not having seen in North America, not having seen Star Wars. I would accept that. But we're talking much, much more than that. And I find that so weird. Very, very strange. I don't mind answering this question, Pirate. Maria's asking, how many shares do I have? 10. Welcome to the channel, Maria. Around here, we don't really share how many shares we have. I can tell you that I have shares of AMC. I'm of the opinion that Ape stands for all people equal, and when people start going around and trying to throw out like what their share positions are, it can belittle people, or it can also make people feel like they have like more of a say or right in what's being said within the community. And I think that's a very dangerous, slippery slope when people are supposed to be equal around here. So we kind of have a rule where it's just, you hold 10 shares, or I think we've upped it to like 13 shares now or something like that. But for the most part, we really just don't discuss that because it's really nobody's business how many shares you have. I've shown my position in the past because somebody didn't believe that I had a significant position at all. And so I did show it once. I'm not at liberty to need to show that again. And in my opinion, those are like lottery tickets. And when you've won the lottery, you don't go around showing your lottery ticket to everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not going to share. It's nobody else's business but mine. No, it's okay that you asked. That's not a problem. Don't feel bad about asking. It's a perfectly legitimate question. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. Don't be offended by it. It's just how I feel. The other thing, too, another one of the reasons why I kind of made a rule on this channel was I had specific people who were pushing, or not pushing, what's the word I want to use here? There were people who were being actively targeted because of their them releasing out information as to what their size of their position was that they held, or either that or maybe even what they do for a living. I've had many people targeted on this channel specifically for announcing what they either do for a living or their shareholding position. And I think that's messed up. Nobody should be targeted or feel like they're targeted. This should be a safe place for us to be able to congregate and talk about what it is that we're interested in investing in, specifically in relation to AMC. And so I'm not gonna allow somebody to come in and target individuals on this channel. And the way I can best do that is by having you guys just not talk about how many shares you have. We all have the same amount. If you want to target one of us, you target us all. Pro Jeweler says, I'm a major shareholder with 9. That's awesome, Pro Jeweler. UPS delivery guy. I mean, delivery guy says, hopefully nobody figures out what I do for a living. I mean, delivery guy. Oh, man, you should change your name just a delivery guy. You've been in this game for 3.5 years? Wow. That was well before AMC was a play for most of us. That means you would have been in like June of 2020. It's a long time. Actually, longer than that, right? No, that's about right. I've had this question asked to me a lot of times, Maria, and I'm going to ask you. And it's sometimes I think it's meant to be offensive, but I don't take any offense to it when I'm asked that question. But a lot of times people will ask me, "Well, why did you stay in it when it went up to $70 some odd if you were in it in January of 2021?" So, out of curiosity, Maria, why did you stay in it if you were in since June of 2020? I know what my answer is, but I'm just kind of curious what yours is. Son of a gun. It's 11:46. I talked my way through my break. What the heck is going on today, guys? I feel like maybe I should just keep going. Price is still moving good. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to take my break back here when it was rocketing up. What the hell? Max says too late. I know, man. I feel like I'm going to just take a late break today. I'm going to go at like 12:10 instead. Or like maybe I'll do the numbers here at 12 and then I'll go to break after I do the numbers. You snooze, you lose. I'm going to stay here till we hit 501 because that's my price prediction for the day today. Yeah. That's the break Mandela effect. You went to break, Casey. What are you talking about? You already came back. Don't you remember? Nana says, I was going to ask because I'm getting hungry. Yeah, you must go to break when I go to break then. Well, I'll stay till noon. I'll do noon numbers CPR and then I'll probably go. Are you asking? Oh, go ahead.
Do you believe in that Mandela effect?
Wait, what? Something
Do you
sack?
believe in the Mandela effect?
Oh, you know what? I don't know what I believe in regards to that. There are some very strange things that bother me about it because I can't figure out for the life of me. The one that bothers me the most is the cornucopia. I wouldn't freaking know what a cornucopia was. Yeah, I wouldn't have never known what you guys know how illiterate I am. How the hell would I know what a cornucopia is if I hadn't learned what it was when I was younger? When I remember specifically pointing my dad's underwear and asking my mom as we were folding it, "What is this?" And she told me it was a cornucopia. And I'm like, that's how I know what a cornucopia is. I know there was a cornucopia on his underwear. And I'm sitting there going like, the fact that it never existed, how in the world is that freaking possible? I know what the word is. And it bothers the crap out of me.
It did.
I know.
It did exist.
This lady,
you're not crazy, Casey.
This lady went.
It was a
Did you wear that as a mask?
This lady went short time, but it existed.
Did you put that on your head?
His underwear? You know,
Yeah.
Probably. Who didn't put their dad's underwear on their head when they were kids?
I did.
I don't know
Hopefully
if
it was
I
clean.
did. I don't know if I did or I didn't. You know, it's crazy. That's the one that bothers me the most out of all of those Mandela. I could care less about every single one of the other Mandela effects. It's that one that bothers me the most.
It feels like a psyop.
It bothers me because I like to find the truth, and when I find the truth, it helps me to understand or make sense of why things are the way that they are in the world that I live in around me. It helps me to be more knowledgeable about what's, I guess, just things in general, and so when I can't come to a conclusion on something, it bothers me greatly. That there's no way for me to be able. And the other thing that I have a difficult time with is just as much as when you talk about space and time and how gravitational force has an impact on time. That is so far beyond my mind being able to comprehend how gravitational forces impact time, that when you start to discuss something like that and how gravitational force changes time, those are the kind of things that you can start talking about where I go like, well, maybe in some weird parallel universe, cornucopias didn't exist on underwear. Who knows?
They did. They did. So I've delved in these kind of things before. So here is the reason why you don't see it. It's because it's just such an old product, like icon placement. Because it was Fruit of the Loom. The cornucopia is not a loom, so they had to exit out, and they stopped making those icons on their product decades ago.
Well, I thought
And
the
now
loom
you got
was
this whole
supposed to have something
Mandela
to do with
effect
like
happening.
your package.
Right. But the thing is, though, you can't just come out and say that kind of things on your product. So
Yeah.
people start asking questions, what is this? They're like, oh, it's a loom. They're like, no, it's not a loom. That's a cornucopia. You might want to get rid of that if you start misleading people on what things are. And they took it off. And that was it. That was the end of it decades and decades ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's part of this Mandela effect. Like, it existed. It just didn't exist for very long.
Strange things, man.
Yeah, I agree. Maria
Did you skip
says,
your break?
I did. Maria says, I think Maria's got her answer in here to my question about why did you stay beyond 72 when, or 7, everybody says 72 is actually higher than that, just to inform you guys. I don't know if most of you guys know this. The price actually got up to as high as 77.26 is the all-time high that I have written down. But anyways, Maria's saying I had a great 2021, 2022, and I want to be in the game to see the hedge funds lose. In the beginning was fun. I am still in because I like the course. Good. Everybody's got to have their own reasons, their own 5 whys. If you go to the description channel of this channel, Maria, you're going to see that there's a lot of really helpful, useful information that's in there. One of the things that is in there is about knowing your whys, why you're here, why you're a part of what it is that you're doing. And I've got my 5 whys listed, but your 5 whys don't need to be the same as my 5 whys, but you should have knowledge of what your reasons are from being invested in this and knowing what those 5 reasons are, because you never know. Someday somebody's going to ask you, or maybe you are going to ask yourself, why am I involved in this? And that's that point in time where you need to go back to those 5 whys and you say like, oh yeah, that's right. I'm reminding myself that this is the reason why I'm here. I'm here because of a specific thing that I set out to do. Your thing may be different than my thing, right? Your thing might be, I just want to make a shit ton of money. Or your thing might be, I just want to laugh and share time with people, or I don't know what your thing might be, right? Whatever your thing might be, but find out why you're here and know what that is, because it becomes extremely helpful for you to know what that 5 whys are going on in the future when you start to question your reason for being here. Sam, why is it whenever I say 5 whys, you guys always, does it really sound like I say wives that much? Whys and wives? I don't know. I have a speech impediment. Thanks. Thanks, Sam, for making fun of me.
In this movement, we always hear people say they're in it for life-changing money.
Yeah, but if you notice,
I own a portion of the company, and there's not a damn thing the hedges can do about it.
You'll notice that my 5 whys have nothing to do with money whatsoever. I think that it's, I've been asked before. I think there is a large portion of people who originally came here for the money, but found a different cause along the way that they want to be a part of this, which is okay too.
No, don't say that.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. It's interesting. Have you ever had your share pushed in?
Yucky, you really need to work on your manliness. You are having a hard time with that. You need to try harder.
Yeah.
Try it again. Do it
I
again.
need.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, boys.
Is that the best? Is that the best thing you? Is that the best you can do? Come on, man. Come on.
Oh man.
Really give us a good manly Watto impersonation.
Yeah, boys.
Now I sound like an old man.
You want to come over my house? I like my lawn mowed. Yeah. I have popsicles in my basement. Yeah.
What's a popsicle?
Oh man. Oh boy. You guys are you guys aren't even laughing. You're just saying gross. Come on, Yucca. Give me a real growl. I need to hear growl here in your voice. Real growl. Go for me real quick. Screw the hedgies. Do that. Do that for me.
Like that?
No. Try again. Screw the hedgies. Like really, just growl it out. I feel like we're gonna have to work on your growl.
I can't. It
Yeah, I
kicks me,
know.
man.
I know. I'm trying to figure out how to help you to get a growl going.
Oh,
Do you? I'm trying to think of. Do you ever drink 7-Up or Sprite?
no.
No.
That's bad for
Have
you.
you ever done whippets?
I drink beer.
We need to go get you. Can you do me a
I drink
favor?
Bud Light.
Buy a 7-Up or a
think that's a
Sprite one
problem?
day and bring it in with you. It can be warm, it could be cold, it doesn't matter. But bring it in with you, and we'll
have
try and
Red
working on
Bull.
your growl. You have a red? I don't
You
think
have Red
Red Bull's gonna do it. No, there's not enough syrup in there.
So are you saying that pepperoni sounds more manly than I do?
Yeah. Yes. I hate to break it to you, but I am definitely saying that. Yes.
All right. Got to give it to him.
Yeah. I mean,
he is the man with the pepperonis. So
he's got all the pepperoni.
yeah. Well, are you gonna take a break? We just you've done this before, and then you go on a break for like 2 days, and then because you didn't take a break,
Yeah.
you take 2 weeks off,
Mhm.
and then you take a whole day off,
Mhm.
and then you still get paid.
Mhm.
So I'm afraid that you might, not come back in time.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I'll be back.
All right.
I'll be back.
He comes back in time. He's like a wizard.
I'll be back. I have been a little
Don't
tardy
bluff.
here and there. I've been tardy here and there, but I'll be back. You can count on me. I think I've put in enough time for you to be able to count on me. Just saying. Stockwiz, good morning. It's numbers time. What do you say? Should we do numbers? Yes? Numbers?
It does seem to be that time.
All right, numbers it is. 34% of you have said that you have not seen any of the original Star Wars movies. Wow. Yeah. That's just, it blows my mind. It really does. I mean, I'm not even kidding. I find that so weird to think that like 1 in 3 people have not seen Star Wars. Like I never thought in a million years that I could walk out on a street and ask 1 in 3 people whether or not they'd seen Star Wars, and that they would say no. That doesn't even compute in my mind. I cannot fathom how that's the case.
Because they're not American.
No, it has nothing to do with that whatsoever. I refuse to believe that's the case. That's not it. I don't think that's what it is. I'm not saying it's some parallel universe either for real, but I mean, I just don't get it. Anyways, maybe it just had way more of an impact on me than it did on other people, and I have a hard time understanding how it couldn't have that same kind of impact on others as well. But I guess it is what it is, and I'm just a nut for Star Wars or something. But anyways, let's take a look at what we got going on for the numbers here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands, we have 59.67% of our volume going through off exchanges. EDGX is 8.72. Earlier this morning, we had very large quantities of volume going through these exchanges, and it's starting to soften the amount of volume going through these exchanges, and we're seeing price starting to move up as a result of it, which is really nice to see. We're still currently running about 5.39% higher than I would expect as of right now. CHX volume is 7,622 shares. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is at 354. Nothing unusually large going on with either of those two. Taking a look at the amount of borrowed shares for the day-to-day, it was at 1.17 million shares having been borrowed. That value currently showing up at 1.69 million shares. So a little bit more having been borrowed. That's going to, actually, it should have increased the estimated short share interest, the free float, but it didn't. It's still sitting at 8.2. So my guess is the next hour when I read that number, it'll be some value higher. Cost to borrow min is at 0.9, average is 1.04, and max is 1.9. The total amount of shares on loan right now is at 15.45 million shares. That's 230 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 80,000 of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been right around a $5 or $5.50 strike. $5 strike. There was 19.8 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 22.4 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. It was 8.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now 8.5 thousand contracts. And I just figured out finally how to make the options page load up a little bit quicker. It took me a while, didn't it? Taking a look at the 2-year, 10-year yields in MMRI. MMRI is sitting at 255.39 an hour ago, is now 255.76. Oh man, I don't like how the blue marker, dry erase marker rubs off. Yep. It's not the same. the 2-year, 10-year yields spread was 0.345 earlier this morning, which is a little bit larger than yesterday at 0.343. Hold on one second here while I readjust the screen that I had you guys on because it changed for some odd reason. Give me 1 second while I find the correct page. AMC has been on the most heavily traded stocks according to Fidelity today, and we've been seeing the number looking pretty strong. So I'm only going to be looking for AMC and GME on this list on here. You can see AMC's on the list. We have an 82.49% buy to 17.51% sell ratio. That looking very, very strong on that buy-sell ratio right now. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.54. Shares available to be borrowed is currently at 2.8 million shares. That has not changed in the last 2 hours. In total for the day today, we've seen about 2.7 million shares having been borrowed. That is about 500,000 shares less than what it was over the last 2 days. Taking a look at the different indexes, we've got NASDAQ is up 0.55, Dow Jones is up 0.18, and SP 500 is up 0.34. We have 3,090 decliners to 2,743 advancers. The market's more advancing this hour than it was last hour. This is going to make... Oh, man, I really don't like blue. Blue sucks, but... Oh, man, I look like a Smurf now. I can't just erase numbers on my fingers without it bleeding. It leaves a residue.
My fault, man. I recommended Martha today.
I wipe it off, and it just, like, my fingers are all, like, Smurfy looking now. On the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are in the green, and almost all of them up over 1%. There's only one that's not, and it's almost getting ready to break 1% right now. Big bank movers for the day, plus or minus, and financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change is going to get a shout out. FRC is up 59.09%. Silvergate's up 2.94%. I've mentioned in the past before, when we see both of those two go green, we usually see AMC starting to move upwards. That is occurring currently, or was occurring. Looks like Silvergate just went flatlined. I don't think there's going to be any other bank movements to shout out. Yep, nothing else. Silver is currently down 0.37, but consolidating. Gold is down 0.33 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 1.4 and is trending potentially towards a breakout to the north side, I think, in the later portion of the day today. The US dollar is down 0.17 and trending down currently. Oil is down 1.86, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are mixed right now. BlackRocks are up 0.05 and Vanguards are down 0.03. Both of them trending slightly down. SPY is up 0.34 and trending up. Getting a little bit of weird activity kind of going on here on the SPY starting at around 1 o'clock. Definitely some increased in volume kicking in here. Right at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 25.31. I want to check the volume out on SPY real quick here. 25.31 million shares traded so far after 218 minutes worth of trading. SPY is on a pace for about 45 million shares traded for the day today on upwards momentum in price. That's really low volume. Like I said before, 70 to 90 million would probably be more in line with a green day in volume, or is what it should be around, and it's like half that. We'll likely see some later volume in the day on SPY before it's over, but very, very, very low volume on this move. VIX is currently up 0.78 and trending up. VBR is up 0.02 and trending up. VB is up 0.02, trending up. Getting some weird jumping movements at 1 o'clock as well. Tesla is down 0.83 and trending down. Amazon is up 1.8 and trending up. Also getting some weird jump movements around 1303 it looks like. Cinemark is up 1.24 and is breaking an uptrend a little bit and starting to move down. Doge is down 0.49 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.46 and trending up. GME is up 2.34 and I'm going to say it's consolidating currently, but it may be moving into a downtrend from an uptrend or from consolidation. HYMC is down 5.95% and consolidating after a downtrend. NCMI is up 1.44 and is also getting a little bit of that bump at around 1300 as well. Some large quantities of volume being traded during that time. Currently, it's the simple moving average is showing moving into consolidation. That may be the case. It does kind of look sort of like consolidation right now. Hood is up 0.78 and trending up, but it looks like it may be trying to break that trend. And AMC is down 2.98 and is breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow. We could be seeing a reversal happening market wide right now. Inflow versus outflow. For the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately, let's just call it $500,000. It might be closer to $600,000 more outflow than inflow. 17.4 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 221 minutes worth of trading. Is that right? Yeah, 221. Putting us on a pace for about 30.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I did not give you guys numbers at Pokestick of volume time this morning. And instead, I told you guys that after market had opened that I had forgotten it. But I wouldn't have predicted more than 5 to 25 million. We're well over that. Another hour from now should be our pace for the day today. And I'm pretty sure we're going to beat 25 million in volume. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.75, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.02, which is signaling below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.86, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator looking like it's about to occur. RSI is at 49.62, which is average. And with that, looks like 1300 is right around the time where AMC started moving downwards in price. And with that, I can see your guys' comments again. Tendies says that's the bots that are voting. I'd like to believe that's the case, but I don't think it is. Kyle says, did we hit macro support with this dip? Hold on a second. Oops. I used to put this up on the screen all the time, and for some reason or another, it just kind of disappeared.
If you've updated Weeble recently on your desktop, it tends to do that a lot.
Does it? Is that what got rid of it?
I lost a lot of fans and lines and such because of an update a while back. I was so mad.
Maybe that's what
Luckily, I
happened.
had screenshots and get it all back, but like that caught me by surprise.
I think I got it. Yeah, I got it. I found it. I mean, so Pro Driller's saying I think macro support's around 370. I'm actually not sure where it's at. I have not been looking. Give me 1 second. Let me see something real fast here. Let's go out to How are you getting Projuler? If you have the ability to be able to go to the back of the big tramp, I would appreciate it if you could. How are you deriving 370 as the macro support? Pirate saying it got support from Team Pirate. Yeah, I would need to know. I guess Kyle, in reference to your question, I would need to know more information in regards to like what do you how are you defining macro support? I mean, I don't I don't know if it goes. I don't know if this is the beginning date 12/20/2013. It might be the right date or not. I mean the most amount of volume or the most supported volume points would be where we're at currently trading in price. If you start from the IPO, I think it should give you that support line. I'm looking back that far, but I'm not seeing. I mean, I am seeing the point of contact as being something higher than that. I'm actually seeing maybe something closer to 11. So here's the really tough part about that. And this is a really difficult thing to remember in charting. When you have specific factors that change things like dilution, reverse splits, regular splits, everything that happened with Ape being created and then that being converted and sold back in, or not sold, but transferred back into AMC. You are adding so many different things to the charts that the charts can't possibly account for. Because all they do is they just simply take a real simple formula of saying, okay, well, this is the share price. It was reverse split by 10, 1 for 10 value. And so we're just going to reduce everything by a 10x amount. Right. And so now you get, they actually multiplied. They reduced the amount of shares by 10x, but the total amount was multiplied by 10x. Meaning we didn't really hit $393, even though it's showing up on the chart here as $393 that we hit. You have to divide that by 10, and it's still not the right number, right? Like if I take 393.63 divided by 10, we didn't hit $39.36. We hit something much, much higher than that. So in terms of like how you're going to track macro support from the beginning of the historicals on this, Kyle, I call bullshit. I mean, I don't think you can get a macro support from something like this that's been heavily manipulated by additional shares being added into price and everybody getting in their positions at different points of support and resistance. So I don't think you can do it. From a large term perspective, I don't think you can look at this chart and come up with an answer and say like, yeah, that's where most of the buying pressure came in at. And it's like, well, did it? Did it really come in at that point, or was it at a different price? Because it wasn't the price that's listed on the screen that you see right now. I can guarantee you that. Now, the volumes might actually show that there was large quantities of volume that were occurring at those price points, but what the valuation of those price points are in contrast to where they're at currently don't make sense when you start looking at the numbers that way. So I call bullshit. You can't go back to the beginning of the IPO of this stock with all these different changes that have occurred and come up with a macro point and say like this is where we find support the most at for volume. It's just not, I don't see the possibility for that. It's not going to happen. That's my opinion. If you want to disagree, that's okay. But I don't think that's. I don't think you should be looking at it from that perspective. Somebody's mentioning a cup and handle. Who said that? Pirate said big cup and handle. Let's see here. Let's see what we got for prices. $4.95. Let's see if it did what it was supposed to do. .12. 483. Yeah, it almost came down to the right amount. 483 is what it should have come down to. It went down to about 487. That is with me suggesting that the top side on this is 495 by looking at the back side. I don't normally like doing that. I like looking at both sides of the cup and handle points. And so in this particular case, maybe I should be using something more along the lines of 498. But if I were to use that number, that would actually mean that the price should have dropped lower than what it dropped to, I think. Well, actually, maybe not. Hold on a second here. Actually, this might work out. Hold on a second. 0.135. 484 would have been the value that price should have moved down to on the drop, and we got to 47. So it's really close. It's very, very, very close on this. Where is price going to be moving to afterwards if this does play out the way that cup and handle should play out? In regards to that, then you would add simply 0.135 to the 498. What did I say? 0.135. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Huh. $5.11 for the completion of that pattern. I don't know why I didn't keep volume. What do they call this? Profile? I think it's volume profile. Settings. Yeah, volume profile. I don't know why I didn't leave that up on here, but I should have. I feel like what you said was correct. Every time I've done an update, it seems to go away. All right, 12:25, guys. I gotta go take a break. I haven't had a break since earlier this morning, so I'm getting tired. I gotta go get some food in me. Nana's getting hungry. If Nana's getting hungry, you know I'm getting hungry. All right, let me take a break here. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Let me put up the message on the screen. I will be back at 1:10. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
All right, guys, I'm back, and give me just 1 second here. I want to save this picture. All right, because I need to show you guys another picture. I had this question posed to me a little bit ago in regards to something that was seen in the order book level 2s. And I don't know, I don't want to make any assumptions that the person's here to hear this answer now, so you may hear me explain this again later when they do come here to find out the answer to this. This is the picture that was given to me. Every once in a while you're going to see an order book value that's going to show some really strange, odd numbers, especially in the pre-market or morning hours. A lot of people who I like to consider them as like the teabaggers of the community, and so what you'll end up seeing is you'll see these like really strange amounts of values of shares showing up on the order book on the sell side or the ask side. And essentially, if I scroll down this order book down here during the daytime, it's not going to have them listed. Actually, there are a couple of them in here listed. If you'll notice here, there's a couple different orders at 1150, some at 1280, some at 14, some at 70. There are some limit orders in here for values much higher than where we're at currently in value. Whenever you see that number over here in this top right-hand side, that's representative of the highest amount. And then over here on the left-hand side is a representative of the lowest amount, right? That's being offered for the bid and the ask side. So you can see down here on the asks or the bid side, the sell side or the buy side rather, that 4.1 is the lowest amount for a limit order bid, and then for the asks or the sell side, it's at $70. So whenever you see those numbers showing up here in the right-hand side on this page, that's what it is. The number that's in the middle is the spread. That's the difference between the bid and the ask. What's in the middle ground. So just wanted to point that out because I know there's been some questions as to like, you know, what does it mean when it just means that somebody's got a limit order to sell some shares at a really high price. That's all it is. And it doesn't necessarily mean anything other than the fact that somebody decided to go put in some random number. If you wanted to direct route a limit order, which I don't think that you can do, but if you wanted to try and direct route a limit order through your broker for some outrageous amount, you know, for like $150 a share or something like that, you could do that. You could put it up there, and you might see it pop up on the order book. You might. Way back in the day when I did that with Fidelity to test it out to see if my order would go through or not, see if it was listed. I got it listed up there. Last time, more recently, that I tried it, I have not seen my orders going up here at weird values, so I'm not sure who's doing this. They might have a broker like E-Trade or something like that, one of the other brokers that may do it for them. But yeah. Anyways. Those are your teabaggers out there. I'm not selling for a penny more than $70 for 349 shares. That's all it is. All right. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. Actually, let me look and see if you guys are saying anything first before I do that, because there might be a question. Okay, just want to make sure that you guys didn't have any other questions to go with that. Let's go ahead and take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Let's do the two-factor authentication speech real quick. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you set that up, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your phone. Who knows? And so it's always best to be prepared for the unthinkable. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere right around 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have about 59.67% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 8.6. Combined total 68.27%, or about 4.27% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 8,422 shares. CHX volume for GME is at 354. Neither of those are very big numbers. In terms of amount of shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day, 1.69 million shares an hour ago, according to Ortex, is now 1.73 million shares. And that should have adjusted the short share interest of the free float, but for some reason it has not changed over the last two times that we've seen more shares being borrowed. And it seems to be stuck at 8.2%. I don't know why, but it is. The cost to borrow min is at 0.3. Wait a minute, hold on a second. My eyes are blurry. 0.9. Cost to borrow average is at 1.1, and max is at 8.6%. So we're seeing a little bit of an increase there on the max side. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 15.45 million shares. That's approximately 230,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 80,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago is at a $5 strike, and there was 22.4 thousand contracts. It's now 24.5. And the highest amount of put volume is at a $5 strike, which is back up from 450. At 450 an hour ago, we had 8.5 thousand contracts. It's now 9,000 contracts at 5. So the market is suggesting a closing price plus or minus 50 cents of a $5 close for the day-to-day. And MMRI an hour ago was at 255 point. Hold on a second here. I was going to grab something to wipe down my desk so that I don't have to do it with my fingers. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I forgot to bring something with me. All right. MMRI an hour ago was at 255.76. It's now at 256.64. So an increase. What the heck? It's so weird. I just used a paper towel to wipe it off, and the paper towel didn't change color a damn bit, but my fingers do. What the hell's up with that shit? Must be the oils. I can't even tell it's on the white. What the heck? That's so weird. That's weird. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields was 0.345 earlier this morning. Yesterday it was 0.343, so it's just a little bit up. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been on this list all day long today. And why? Because somebody's buying in retail. And earlier it was a little bit higher than it is currently. But we have a 79.48% buy to 20.52% sell ratio. That is a very good ratio. There's nothing wrong with that at all. GME is not on the list. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is at $4.54. Shares available to borrow at 2.8 million shares. No change in the last couple hours. We've seen in total for the day-to-day about 2.7 million shares having been borrowed. NASDAQ is currently up 0.81. Dow Jones is up 0.41. And the SP 500 is up 0.55. We have 2,985 decliners to 2,892 advancers. The market is more advancing, or more... Sorry, it's more declining than it is. It's more advancing now than it was an hour ago. But still not quite advancing in total. The Magnificent Seven, Amazon is up, or sorry, 6 out of the 7 are up. And the only remaining one that's down right now is only down by 0.06, which is Tesla. So they're almost all in the green for the day today. All but one of the 6 that are up right now are up by more than 1%. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to be counting anything that's plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change. And we have FRC, which is up 81.82%. Silvergate's down 2.94%. Some of the banks are starting to turn green from being red most of the morning. But nothing else worth shouting out. Silver is down 0.27 and slowly trending up. Gold is down 0.41 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 2.77. There's our breakout. Right around the time that I had said. This is always suggestive, guys. It's never completely accurate. But it does appear to be breaking above the 21 level, 21.6 level that I kind of drew in here. Looks like it's attempting to break above it, but it's not really moving as fast as I would think it would, especially for this being a... well, I guess this is only a one-day trend here. 5 o'clock this morning until now. US dollar is up 0.19. Sorry, down 0.19 and trending down. Oil is down 1.49 and consolidating, but it looks like it's trying to break upwards. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.08 to 0.13 and trending down currently. SPY is up 0.59 and trending upwards. And it's actually much, much higher than I would have anticipated at this point in time. I think at 476. I'm going out to a daily on this. Yeah, this definitely hit much, much stronger than I would have thought. Yep. This is way, way stronger of a move right now than I would have anticipated here. I wouldn't have thought that this would have gotten over 475. I'm really surprised by this, but a lot of this is not necessarily being... I wouldn't attribute this to a market-wide move, but more or less the pumping of the Magnificent Seven. Because right now, half the market's down. VIX is this is crazy. VIX is breaking even right now for the day today, and yeah, VBR is up 0.25 and trending up. VB is up 0.27, trending up. Tesla is down 0.15 and consolidating. Amazon is up 1.89 and trending up. I think. Hold on a second. Put it on 1 minute. Yeah, trending up. Hold on a second. Cinemark is up 0.81 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend. Doge is down 0.23 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.67, trending up. GME is up 2.31 and on a very slow trend up. HYMC is down 9.11 and trending down. NCMI is up 2.56, trending up. Hood is up 0.2 and trending, consolidating. And AMC is down 2.18 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately, not quite $400,000, a little bit less than $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 19.21 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 298 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 25.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And I forgot to give the numbers at pre-market this morning, and when I went back and looked at them, I suggested that we wouldn't see more than 5 to 25 million in volume for the day. It's now starting to look like there's a possible chance that maybe us seeing less than 25 million before the day's over. It'll be close. Be very, very close. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.72, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.33, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.44, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 58.54, which is slightly above average. Let's see here. It looks like there might be some news saying what's going on with AMC Entertainment stock from Benzinga. I don't really care because I'm sure it's just going to be a hit piece. All right, that's all I got for you guys. I'm heading back to the back of the big tramp. Actually, no, I'm not. I am not heading to the back of the big tramp here. I gotta head out to the store real quick and pick up something for Seth. I gotta go pick up something real fast. So I was supposed to take my break earlier this morning and do it then, but I didn't do it then. So because I didn't take a break when I was supposed to. So I need to go out now, and so I'll try to. I shouldn't take very long. As soon as I get back from my picking it up, because I just got to go around the corner to go get it real fast. I shouldn't take more than 30 minutes, I would suspect, or thereabouts. So I will be right back. I'll give you guys some music to listen to while I'm gone, and I will put the message back up on the screen. I'm going to put down 210, but I'll probably be back before then. See you guys in a bit.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Hey, it's Benji from All Good Folks. If you love our music and you want to support Upbeat's amazing community of artists, upgrade to Premium today and help us keep creating great new tracks for you.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here for numbers. Let's take a look and see what we got. Holy crap. It dropped even 36% of you have not seen Star Wars. I don't want to believe in alternate parallel universes because it makes me want to go crazy on the inside. But this is not the world that I used to live in, where everybody lived, breathed, and ate Jedi Force power moves and swinging lightsabers in the 80s. Like, I can't even comprehend. And the part is that most of you are going to probably sit there and say, like, it's just an old thing, right? And what I'm about to tell you is that that's not the case. Some of the largest group of people that I've found who have not seen Star Wars is not the younger generation. It's actually people who are around my age. And that's the part that floors me more than anything is that I don't know what to make of it. On breaks, instead of playing music, Star Wars movies. I wish I could without, violating some kind of violation. I'm sure there's a YouTube violation on that. Anyways, it's nutty. It's absolutely nutty. Taking guys over the other screen here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying. Hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see here. Let me shuffle a couple of these screens around real fast. And this one. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange somewhere right around 66% going through there, with EDGX as well combined. 59.14% going through off exchange, EDGX at 8.7. They combined total 67.84%. That's about 1.84% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 8,422 shares. Not a whole lot going on there. CHX volume for GME sitting at 354, even less of a whole lot not going on there. Taking a look at the total amount of shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. An hour ago it was at 1.73 million. It has not changed. That short share interest of the free float and all the cost of borrow numbers are still the same. Shares on loan for the day is at 15.45 million shares. That's 230,000 shares more on loan today than yesterday, and Ortex has estimated about 80,000 of that was in new short interest. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a $5 strike. An hour ago there was 24.5 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 25.2. And on puts, highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 9,000 contracts an hour ago, now 9.6 thousand contracts. MMRI, an hour ago was sitting at 256.64. That value is now 255.92, so it's dropped back down a little bit. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year yields this morning was at 0.345. That's about what it was yesterday. It was like 0.343 yesterday, I think. It's not really a whole lot of change. It did just a little bit more of a widening between the two. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. AMC has been on this list and quite a ways up on the list, as a matter of fact, for most of the day today. And we have an excellent buy-sell ratio. Currently sitting at 78.97% buy to 21.03% sell ratio. I only want to see, I'm happy if it's over 60-40. Nearly 80 to 20% buy to sell ratio is absolutely fantastic. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Retail is buying the crap out of this and putting us back up on the list of most heavily traded stocks. I like what I'm seeing. That's a good thing. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $4.54. The amount of shares available to borrow sitting at 2.8 million shares. No new shares borrowed in the last hour, and in total for the day today, we saw about 2.7 million shares borrowed. Yesterday it was, and the day before it was about 3.2 million, so that value's gone down a little bit. The NASDAQ is up 0.93, Dow Jones is up 0.54, and the S&P 500 is up 0.7. We have 3,076 advancers to 2,813 decliners. This is the first time today that AMC has been more advancing than declining. It's not spectacular, though. It's just barely. Mag 7, all but one are in the green. All those that are in green except for one are over 1%, and the one that's red is only down by 0.08. Big bank movers for the day today. Anything positive or anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater will get a shout out. The only one that I see right now is FRC up 127.27%. And Silvergate's down 2.94. And I don't see any others to shout out here. Silver is down 0.18 and trending up, breaking the consolidation period it was in earlier. Actually, no, I take that back. It's been trending up. Trending up. Gold is down 0.3 and trending up, breaking a downtrend it was in earlier this morning. Ethereum Classic is up 2.14. It did get the breakout above this value that I've got sitting right here. This level of resistance went up to about as high as 21.92 and is making an immediate reversal back down underneath. This is kind of unexpected. Earlier this morning, I flagged what appeared to be a little bit of a bullish triangle. We did get the breakout around the time frame that I was suggesting, but now we're just seeing this like massive dump off here. I can guarantee you that anybody who would have maybe tried to invest in at a point back in here is probably looking at this going like, oh, crap, right now, because it's not going the way it should have gone. I would have expected this to go a little bit more than what it did here. There's no real formula for this for me to figure out how high it should have gone, but other than the fact that it was supposed to break out going up, and it did. And now it's breaking this level of resistance, and that's going to cause us to fall further. The U.S. dollar, meanwhile, though, it is still up 1.5% for the day today. The U.S. dollar is currently down 0.2 and starting to consolidate a little bit back down here around 102.36. Oil is down 1.86 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities, BlackRocks are up 0.02 and trending up. Vanguard is down 0.05 but trending up. SPY is up 0.7 and trending up. Another day today with nothing but just upwards momentum. I didn't think we would be seeing numbers this high. This is beyond what I would have thought that we were going to see, but I know a lot of this is coming from mainly just the Magnificent Seven that are moving up in value. And look at the volume for it so far for the day today. Normal, like a good normal traded day, I feel like for SPY should be somewhere between like 70 and 90 million. Anything higher than 90 million would be a lot of volume, I think. And if you're going to see a day where you're up 0.72% or like the other, I think it was it yesterday or the day before where I said reviewing the SPY move? I think it was Monday's move on the SPY. We reviewed it. It was like a 1.5% increase on the SPY with only like, I think it was like 75 million shares traded. Brought to you by the letter C and the number 75. Today it's only 41 million shares. 477. Up 3.32 points. It's pretty crazy there. Let's see. VIX is down 0.16, and overall it's kind of trending upwards. I know it came back down a little bit here, but the overall trend, I think, for a little bit longer period of time is up. Hasn't quite broken that trend just yet. It's getting close. VBR is up 0.29 and trending up. It looks like it's trying to break that trend right now into a downtrend. VB is up 0.26. Same thing with this one. It was trending up, and it looks like it's trying to break that trend now. Tesla is down 0.42 and starting to trend down after trending up. Amazon is up 1.81, also was trending up and is trying to break that trend currently. Cinemark is up 0.4 and starting to trend down. Doge is down 1.5 and also breaking to the bottom side after having been on a long trend up this morning. Bitcoin is down 0.66 and also breaking into a downtrend after most of the day trend up. GameStop is up 2.54 and is consolidating currently. HYMC is down 9.67% and trending down. NCMI is up 2.22% and trending up. Hood is down 0.16 and trending down. And AMC is down 1.88 and is currently consolidating after an uptrend. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today for AMC. There's approximately $700,000 more outflow than inflow. 20.46 million shares traded. We saw our volume just absolutely die off in the last portion of the day today, and it's making this look like we're going to actually hit 5 to 25 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We're at about a pace for about 23.14 million shares traded by the end of the day. So yeah, we might be within that 5 to 25 million. I know I didn't give the prediction in the pre-market this morning, but as soon as I looked at the pre-market numbers, it was pretty obvious. I would have said 5 to 25. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator with an RSI of 26.18, which is signaling oversold. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.91, which is slightly below average. No, that's below average, sorry. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.86, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there's currently more selling pressure than, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 58.84, which is above average. And then actually that number just dropped to 57.84, which is slightly above average. Yeah, so a close of 501 was my prediction for the day today. Hopefully we can get about 6 cents more in here before the end of the day, and we can get that price to close above 5. That would be nice. I wish I had been tracking AMC's traded data prior to the 13th of May, but that was when I first started tracking data very, very, very closely and precisely for AMC. Was the 13th of May of 2021. So unfortunately, I don't have any data that I can give you guys before then, because I would love to have told you what price we were down to or thereabouts. I know that through different periods of time, I've looked at the charts in the past. You could go back to some historical data to see what it looked like back in that time frame, and that I have listed on other previous videos. But yeah, 472, is that the lowest we hit today? 471. Is that right? Yeah. 471 is 57.8% down from our most last high that we had was $11.17. And before I take you guys back to the main page here, AMC price movement, let's just make it a solid line. AMC in blue, gold is SPY, and light blue, baby blue is GME. me just try something real quick here. So that's what all three look like together on the same page with the same. I guess actually don't look necessarily amplitude of price movement because they're not. I want you to look for trends here. So as price on AMC is coming down, what was happening to GME and SPY at that time? When AMC started moving upwards, what was happening to the prices of those during those periods of time as well? I want you to look for those kind of stark differences, not necessarily the amplitude of price movement specifically for the day, because I'm adjusting these so that they all fit onto one page for the most part. I'm trying to put them. I could try to put them over the top of each other so you can see where exactly price movement is taking the biggest change or making the biggest changes. But we're starting to see swing downs on AMC, or on SPY and GME are starting to swing down pretty heftily. And AMC seems to be still crawling upwards currently. That may change. But currently we're still seeing price moving upwards. So we might be a little bit inverse to the rest of the market right now. All right, let me head back to the back of the big tramp. Oh, one second, I gotta respond to something real quick here. And they're off.
Time.
Where's censored content today? Oh man, I hope he's not snowed out without electricity or something like that. That would not be. That would be very cool. I'm here all day, guys. All day. Oh wait, here he is. Where were you?
That's why you fail.
Where were you all day today when we needed those? What was his name? Wada, I think is his name, or what?
No, his name is Pepperoni.
You missed it, censored content completely. We had Pepperoni come back here. We had him do a line from the movie, and I don't think he did. He sounded. Yeah, it sounded nothing like Pepperoni whatsoever. In fact, Yucca went so far as to talk about his manhood not being. What was the word you used, Yucca? His balls hadn't dropped yet. Was that what you said?
He didn't hit puberty.
He hadn't hit. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, that's right. He had not hit puberty yet. Is what was what he had said. That's right. It was way less benign.
Hello, Jones.
Preacher, how's it going?
Now, Preacher.
It's going.
He definitely, his balls have dropped.
I think Preacher could probably do the Wada impersonation way better. In fact, do me a favor. Do you remember the line that we read off that I had Pepperoni read? Do you remember that at all? Have you seen Star Wars?
I've seen Star Wars years ago.
All of them?
So The initial 6. After
Okay.
that, I thought it's
Okay, I'm gonna send you a message, okay? Because I don't want to say it out loud. If I say it out loud, I feel like you've seen it. You should know this line.
It'll skew my.
Yeah, and so I went at the end. Let me tell you let me direct you a little bit. This is director Casey here. Director, that has a nice little ring to it. So at the very end of this line here, I don't care how you read the first portion of it, except for that I want it to be gruff and animated or like questioning. But the last specific word, I want you to draw it out with a breathy kind of. You see what I wrote? I want you to be real breathy on that last part. Like make it extend out.
The thing is, I don't remember how it was in the movie.
That's okay. That's okay. It doesn't. That's not a problem.
What you have learned.
That's okay. Try your best and go. Action.
How's you gonna pay for all this, eh? I don't know what you wanted.
That wasn't quite right, but it wasn't bad. I mean, it was okay.
I mean, we could go with, how's you gonna pay for all this, eh?
That's Fabio.
That's even worse. I mean, the way you put it there, how is you gonna?
Hey man, I didn't write the.
I don't. Yeah.
I'm not the writer here.
I just
I'm the director. Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember the line. But well, just before I forget, I don't know if you saw the message from Real Rugged. Apparently, there was a filing regarding ownership.
Ah, let's see here.
I don't know where to look for it.
I'm looking right now. I only see January 2nd. He's saying it must have been from AMC. Maybe it's on AMC's website. Hold on a second here. Let me see. It should.
Make up your mind. It's my lunch break soon.
There it is. Let me just read this real quick here. This is just vested.
Hello, Casey.
Good morning. This looks like just a vested amount. Well, I guess good afternoon. This just looks like vested shares.
Why is it not working?
Yeah, this just looks like vested shares here. Yeah, I see nothing. Nothing worth interesting.
Nothing to see. Nothing to see.
No, nothing interesting there. Let's see here. Yeah, there's nothing really interesting on that. Oh, Nana Ape was saying that was sexy to you, preacher, on your impersonation of I think it's Wada, W-A-T-T. Is it Wada? Wado? Watto is his name.
I think Nana was referring to censored soundboard.
No, I'm pretty sure she wasn't. Even Pirate said nicely done, and Pro Jeweler says he was impressed. So you got some fans out there. Apparently, you could replace Watto. I, as a director,
all the ladies liked it.
Yeah. All the ladies liked it. Damn. Yucca is on. He is full blast. Everybody on who's a guy today. I don't know what the deal is, Yucca, but my goodness, what the heck, man?
It's called small something syndrome, I think.
Jeez.
Small D's.
That's crazy. On blast. But yeah, no, you got some positive. I, as a director, heard your rendition of your version of it. I probably would not cast you for the musical of Star Wars to play the part of Watto.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I'm guessing that you probably can't sing that well, in contrast to the impersonation that you just did there. But I'm guessing. I don't know. Maybe you can. Maybe you should.
I like to sing.
Maybe you
but
should
I'm the
sing
only
us.
one, nobody else does.
Yeah, let's hear a little ditty. Let's hear it. What you got?
No.
Welcome to American
That's between
Ape Idol.
That's between me and my shower head.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. Just don't break it.
All the ladies are saying, "Man, if only I could be Preacher's shower head."
No, it's like only my daughter gets to suffer that while I drive her to kindergarten.
In the car, yeah.
She has to pay somehow. Yes, she has to pay somehow for getting a drive.
I'm glad you added that in there because for a second there, it sounded like you were just gonna say that she was the only one that got to suffer, and then after you got done saying it only happens in your shower, I was going like, whoa. So yeah, I'm glad you added that last part in there. That's good. Yeah,
I think Yaka's mind went somewhere even without the additional details.
Yep.
Just give him 2 seconds to process a joke. Come on, Yaka.
Pirate says, "Oh hell no, Yucca." I think you might have stepped on some.
I'm gonna get it.
Peg leg.
Peg. Oh.
Next thing you know, he's gonna be telling you to walk the plank.
Yep.
I bet you like walking planks. I gotta defend all. I gotta defend all these guys, man.
You gotta defend all the ladies.
That's right, for their honor. For their honor. Oh man.
Oh man.
See, look at that. Nana Ape is like, I bet Preacher can sing. Watch,
Yeah.
here it comes.
When you cut a pig's throat, they also kind of sing, but doesn't mean anyone enjoys it.
Oh man, stuck pigs. That is quite the sound.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Pantheon. Pantheon, good to see you. It's been a hot minute, but there you are.
I was actually looking at the message he wrote in chat about a potential replacement for AA.
Say what?
Say what, man?
Say that again?
There was a discussion in chat that there's rumors about Adam basically, retiring or something. And Pantheon provided the name something Goodman.
Sean Goodman?
That was basically Broom. Yeah.
Good, a good man?
Yeah, a good man. So, yeah. I mean, at this...
Go ahead.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hello,
good
hello.
evening. Good night. Poke the bear.
Brandon, welcome.
Where's censored? Where's censored when you need him?
I don't know.
He's here.
He's
Went
gone
silent.
mum. Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to be involved with my comments. He's like, I don't want to be I don't want to get,
Associated with,
backlash.
yeah.
Yeah, there's gonna be a backlash.
For reference, if you have the WADA quote for, hold on a second, I can't find my DMs. If you have the WADA quote for, where the heck did my DMs go? If I DM somebody, shouldn't it pop up to the top? What the heck?
Yeah, it should, right?
Yeah, it's not up there. Okay, the quote for "How's you gonna pay for all this?" A. If you have that quote from WADA, play that one.
Yeah, you gonna pay for all of that. Like that?
Yucca, that was your best.
The money! I like that. Good.
Yucca, that was actually your best. That was your best one all today. It really was.
My best manly voice.
It was the best one I've heard you do all day today.
Oh man.
That's all right. One of these days you'll be a real boy. I'm a real boy. Every time, it never ceases to amaze me. I'm like 47 years old, and every once in a while, even my voice cracks on here. And I'm, hi guys, how's it going? It's like, what the heck just happened? How did that happen to my voice all of a sudden?
I just imagine Yaka singing, "I'm a Barbie girl."
Man, they won. They won some. I was really surprised in the Golden
Street.
Yeah, and in the Golden Globes, Oppenheimer actually did a lot better, I felt, than Barbie did in regards to awards that were won. I was really surprised by that because Barbie did way better in how much money they made. So I don't know. I kind of always thought it was like a. Who does the do you know who does the voting for who wins in the Golden Globes?
Danny R.
Epstein? I don't know.
We just rolled in. I don't know who does it. The same people that are in charge of the voting for the presidency.
No. Let's see.
What's the name of that
Fat Joe?
Guy?
It says they're. It says that they're voted by members of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, which I don't know why that would be the case. Like, why in the world would that? That's a 2019 article that says that, but why in the world would they?
The organization? No, I think there's a different one. I think they've used a couple.
Yeah, there used to be a couple, but then one guy supposedly killed himself, but he didn't. So now there's no longer a couple.
I think it's the AVN. I think that's who it was.
I saw Jack Black at the Golden Globe, and that guy. I don't think he never looks. He never looks like he's having a bad time, ever. And I feel bad for him because I'm sure many of us probably think of him in that perception as he's just always an upbeat kind of guy, and so it's probably hard for him to have a moment because everybody wants to see happy Jack Black, but he looks so happy to just be there, and he didn't win. I don't think he won anything, and I was a little disappointed. I was like, man, I like seeing him win. I don't know. Let me see who. I'm gonna pull
but you know that.
Go ahead.
There was, well, maybe it's not true, right? This time again, I don't know. But there was quite compelling article that Barbie was actually put together with Oppenheimer to kind of make a mockery of it. So they didn't actually expect it to go do that well, right? It was supposed to basically
Be a joke.
Yeah, be a joke.
Kind of like,
compared to Oppenheimer.
yeah.
So I think that's why at the Globes it didn't do as well, despite the fact that it did very good with the public. So, yeah.
Yeah, Pantheon saying
elites
entertainment
of the
journalists. I'm looking at the winners right now, and I can post them up here because I guess I hadn't done that yet from when they occurred. I guess it was this last weekend or something like that, right? So we can just take a look at them here real fast. Best performance by an actress, and it shows you who winner. The Holdovers was the winner. Best performance by an actor in supporting role in any motion picture. Oppenheimer got that one. Best performance by an actress in a limited series, anthology series, or motion picture made for television. That one was Beef. Ali Wong got it. Best performance by an actor in limited series also was Beef. Best performance by an actress in a supporting role in a television series was
Beef.
The Crown. The best performance by an actor was Succession. Best screenplay was Anatomy of a Fall, which I don't think I've seen that, and I'm starting to wonder if that was a good movie because I think that actually had a few winners. Best performance by an actor in a television. Now let's just skip to the. Ricky Gervais won the stand-up comedy television one, and I know a lot of people were suggesting they wanted to see him as the stand-up comedy first comedian to do something with AMC. Best motion picture was Anatomy of a Fall.
You said that already.
No, that was best motion picture. The other one was best screenplay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that like, are they kind of hinting you that the anatomy of people have fallen off the cliff?
I don't know. Best director was Christopher Nolan for Oppenheimer. Sorry, I said open. Oppenheimer. Let's see here. Best performance by an actress was Poor Things by Emma Stone. The actor was Cillian Murphy for Oppenheimer. Best original score was Oppenheimer. Best original song was the Billie Eilish song, What Was I Made For, which I heard like 2 or 3 times when I was driving over this last weekend with the family. That song's been playing quite a bit. That was from the movie Barbie. Barbie got the cinematic and box office achievement, of course, because they were #1 for the year. Let's see what else here.
So the box office #1, so the most appreciated by the public, got no other awards. It's like so stupid. It shows how out of tune they are with the public, with what people actually want.
The Holdovers, best performance by an actor in a motion picture was The Holdovers by Paul Giamatti. Oh, son of a gun, I just clicked on something that skipped me down there. Okay. Best motion picture was Poor Things. Musical, that's just for musical or comedy. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture was Killers of the Flower Moon. Best motion picture, Oppenheimer, for drama. And that's it. A lot of other TV stuff that was included in there, but yeah. So a lot of Oppenheimer wins going down there. The one movie I didn't see. It's like I need to go see that one. There's so many big names in it too. I didn't even realize. I think this is like twice now. I must have forgotten that Iron Man, whatever the heck his name, Robert Downey Jr. was in the movie. I completely forgot that he was in. I think there was a point at which I found that out before and forgot about it. And then when I was watching the Golden Globes, he was nominated for a few different things. Didn't win any. I don't think he won anything, but actually, no, he did win something. He did win something because he went up there and spoke. Or maybe he was... No, he was speaking.
I think I saw a video of him introducing Cillian Murphy, or basically talking about Cillian Murphy, so I don't know if he won or just...
Maybe he was collecting it for Cillian. Maybe that might have been what it was. I don't know. All I know is I know he went up there and he talked, so I don't know if he won or not, but he was definitely up there.
And what bad news came out on AMC right now? Huh? I'm wondering.
Oh, look at that Pantheon. You're making me blush, man. I get that, I get that award. No, you know what it is? I would not be invited to the Golden Globe. I would be invited to the MTV Music Awards.
No, you'll be invited.
Yeah.
You'll be invited.
And I'm gonna win some
award.
No. I'll win some random award that that they just decided to hand out because I'm it's like the award that you win when you can't actually win a Golden Globe or something. A legitimate you're everybody liked you, the kids all liked you and everything, but it's yeah, it's the lame award. I'm trying to remember. There was actually an instance of that happened, and I can't remember what it was or what movie, but the MTV Music Awards. Later they got up there. Whoever it was that won the award, I think it was Jim Carrey or something like that. He's like, "This is the award that you win when you can't actually win a Golden Globe or an Emmy or something like that." I was like, "Oh man, that sucks." Volume is definitely being suppressed right now. I mean, we were on pace to see 60-something million shares, which was obviously in the beginning portion of the morning, so I wouldn't have expected that. But we were holding pretty strong at around 30 million for our pace earlier, and then it just dropped off out of nowhere.
And the thing is, I bought already twice this week, so... I'm quite low on funds to enjoy this additional discount.
Yeah. That's all right. There'll be other times. Pantheon says the Razzie Awards, Halle Berry showed up to accept for Catwoman. Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. That could be exactly what I'm thinking of, Pantheon. I just remember thinking to myself, what a terrible thing to show up for an award when it's just it's the pity award for not actually winning a good award. It's kind of sucked. Kenny asked a question a little bit ago, and I think I missed it. Kenny, sorry, hold on. He asked me about the weather. He asked me about the weather here. We didn't get any. We just had high winds, and that was about it, but nothing terrible. And take care.
Is it worse than a participation award?
What?
The award for showing up, that award we're talking about.
Oh, I don't know.
It would be nice if everybody got a participation award. My business would skyrocket.
I was just going to say, that's just because it's going to help your business. Let me ask you a question. How do you really feel about that, though? I mean, business set aside, do you think that's actually been good for society to hand out awards to all the kids?
No. I don't like it because if you're gonna, I wouldn't want one. I don't need it. If either I want first or second place, that's all I want. I that type of award. First or second, third, I don't really. It's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of a third place, it should be finalist. Finalist award.
Yeah.
It's a little better than. Yeah, I don't like them, but it is what it is.
So real quick here, I don't mind Gary asking the questions he was asked. He said, "What happens if Adam Aaron dilutes again? We lost 90% of our shares already." You didn't lose 90% of your shares, and if he does dilute again, then he's going to dilute again. I mean, that's going to be we know it was coming when we signed up for this. So
Who's coming? Who's coming?
yeah, Danny says he's surprised that you agree that it's bad to hand out like runner-up awards to kids and stuff because it's part of your business. But I appreciate the fact that you're honest about it. I think that's I appreciate your viewpoint, even though it's it drives your business. Where do you think that came from? Do you think businesses were trying to get organizations to put out more awards so that they could make more money off of selling of a product?
I think it all started with the medal. Everybody gets a medal, and then from there everybody gets a trophy. But I think it's the being left out. Like the kids are being left out. They're like, oh, poor kids are left out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. Like trying to, again, it's part of that whole woke. I think that's where it started. Like it's all packaged together. Where so the thing is that we can't say the R word in here, obviously, but there are those kids that are trying hard, but they don't have the advantage of others, or they're just different, but they're not because they're still human. So they should still get something, right? Like feel the same emotion, even if they act differently.
Yeah,
So I
but
think
you don't
that's
feel
where-
the same
that's where-
emotion. Sorry, Yaka, but if you go in there kind of knowing that you're going to get an award because everybody does every time, then sorry, there's no emotion. I doubt it.
So I remember specifically.
No.
Go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is, well, now you know, but when it first started, it had started, and then you weren't aware that you were going to get something, and then after a few times, you're like, oh, so I'm getting something, even for me trying.
I blame it on the fat people.
You think so? Burger King had a lot to do with it.
So I remember growing up, I used to play soccer, and I was never on the winning team. But one year we had a really amazing year, and we had to go to a tiebreaker playoff game, and the team that we had to play against had my best friend. My bestest of best all friends was on that team, and I wanted to win so bad. I just wanted it. I wanted it really super, super bad. And we ended up losing. And so they actually had, I think normally they only had first and second place trophies, but that year they gave out a third place trophy because they felt bad for the third place team that was, we basically had to go to a tie break, we had to go to a playoff game because it was so close. And I got that third place trophy, and it made me feel less than. Honestly, like I felt like I didn't really, I don't know. I just didn't feel like because normally it was only first and second place that got the awards. So to get a third place award was just like, you're that much further. I got something for being in third, and it's like, yay, woo. I would imagine that's like probably getting like bronze in the Olympics. Like, you're really, really close, but you never quite get the silver or the gold. You're just that bronze guy that nobody ever really remembers or knows or anything. It's just like silver and gold's where it's at. Who cares about bronze?
Second to lose.
You should have an award that says "Try harder, loser."
You ain't first, you're last.
That's right. So I don't know. I didn't like how I felt when I got that third place award. I remember how I felt, but I don't know how kids feel about it now.
Well,
I wanted second.
I read about schools removing removing how to phrase this. Basically, it's no longer required for kids to know how to read or to write or to it's like you go to school, but it's I don't know what the frick they do over there anymore. Like removing analog watches because kids don't know how to read the times, and maybe those are isolated cases, but god damn, where the heck are we heading?
It's all different. It's all different. You got to change, though. I feel like that's actually not a bad change. That's something, we don't need to have analog clocks.
Not knowing how to... Okay, but not knowing how to read.
Yeah.
Analog?
Yeah, analog. It is a thing. You have a log. You got a butt. No, but yeah,
On that note,
that's kind of one of those things where, like when I found out my kids weren't going to be learning cursive, I was kind of like, I actually, it was a relief for me that they weren't going to have to learn cursive because I struggled with it so much when I was growing up that my parents had to pay for me to go get tutoring to learn how to use it, and I never used it in my adult life, and I was like, this is such a waste of time. No pun intended when we're talking about analog time and whatnot, but I don't know.
You didn't have to sign your mortgage papers?
Yeah, but when you ask the kids to sign their name nowadays, let me put it to you this way: have you ever seen somebody sign mortgage papers and whether or not their signature remains the same as they go through each one of the documents? By the time you're done, your signature is unrecognizable, anyways. So.
So are you telling me that you ordered a stamp when you were like 8 years old?
No,
they had a stamp for you, so you can just stamp your name?
No, I learned how to write in cursive. But now there's digital signatures these days, and it's just like nobody really cares whether it's your signature or not. They just have to authorize that it is you.
They'll just say, "Oh, your name is on here. You're guilty." No due process or anything.
Yep. They will. They'll be like, "Oh, you were somebody signed off on this as you being notarized as being there, and that's your attempt at making a signature, and that's you."
Yep. And they're like, "See, we have a video of you here, and you weren't even there. It's just AI creating an image of you that you were there."
Yep.
Oh, on that note.
It's time for the end of the day. I know. I just realized.
Been doing cock push-ups.
Cock push-ups?
What the heck? Censored content? Is that you?
Let your boner lift you up off the ground.
Oh.
Censored
and
content.
And then you let your boner lift you up off the ground.
On that note, let me go try that.
And with that, all good things must come to an end. Always. It is that time of the day, guys. Unfortunately. I will see you guys later. I gotta head out of here. I should have told you guys yesterday I was going to be back in the back of the Big Tramp. I won't want to get today either.
You're not coming back?
But not today. We got birthday here.
Pantheon.
So.
Yeah, we got a birthday. So, okay. You won't be back? Fine.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Pantheon.
Happy birthday.
Alrighty, guys. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers. Have a good one.
You too. Well, as usual, all good things must come to an end. Oh, man. I just make myself laugh. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we do best is we support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. I screwed up so bad. Beep beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I'm getting over and pushing past all the bullshit and getting right to the root of what the problem really is. The reasons for the misunderstandings, the emergency landings on the plane, headed for home. It's where the heart was living till it was without feeling and started revealing itself to everyone else by just packing up, moving out, saying it can do without a belly, able unstable, running up at the mouth. So I'm tearing this and everything else between me and what I wanna do to pieces. And I'm tearing you and everything else between me and you to memories. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now. Stronger now, even after everything that you did. Still alive and kicking. I'm better now, I'm awake now. I can see everything in front of me now.